should be involved. Big clubs should be. We're looking at Nottingham Forest saying that would be nice. That's embarrassing. The fact that we're now getting rid of Rashford's in the stands, Rashford's way in the stands. Yesterday, we could name 12 subs. Rashford couldn't even be named as a sub. Don't know what's going on. The manager said, I just want 10. You've got Anthony going out wide. You've got Anthony, he's gone. I don't care. Garnacho, it's a madness. Man United
you do care because you're going to have to change your intro, blood. You know what I mean? Back with a vengeance. Yeah, blood, you pussy.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do shameless.
Whoa.
I'm just going to make it screen go black. I ain't changing that shit, bro. I ain't editing that shit, bro. Screen's going to go black, then you're going to go back to the fake fam. You think I got time? Nah, bro. I'm going to go send that to a new editor, fam. Nah, bro. I'm editing that myself, fam.
And then last night, man, you were a little bit fortunate, man. A little bit of quality at the end with, you know, Bruno.
Yeah.
But, boy, Maguire, man.
Maguire tried to, you know, we can't cuss Maguire because he's been good he's been good for us this season.
Got spun.
But he got spun. It was the Bebe special. Yeah. And it gets like that sometimes.
It
but,
does. I know.
We're rubbish. We're dead. Like, I'm here to say, I'm just coming to these shows to get through it and get 41 points. As soon as we get 41 points, you know what? We could still win the Europa though.
Could.
We can still. I looked at the teams. You lot are there, and there's not a lot of great teams.
Lazio, and you know what?
Lazio,
both of you, right? Both of you are very lucky this year, right? Because this year Europa League. Remember, normally teams from the Champions League drop into it.
Oh yeah.
Right. None of them can drop in it because they've changed the format. So if you don't win it. I'll be honest with you, right? If one of you two don't win it this year, it's embarrassing.
It's a big embarrassment.
Because you're the favourites to win it.
Yeah.
Right?
Who? Us?
You're favourites.
How?
Yeah, you are.
You are the favourites to win
How?
it.
You beat us bare times
Because of the
this season.
team you've got. You're the favourites to win it.
Yeah.
Hold on. Do you think?
Say it again.
Wait,
That's the bookies, not me.
Wait. Hold on.
I never made you.
Hold on. Let me land. Do you think Tottenham's got a better squad than Manchester United?
Yes.
Squad. I didn't say team, first team. I said squad.
All right, everybody, 30 seconds.
Do you?
Yes.
You do, yeah? I'm asking. And you do as well, yeah?
Wait, that's a good
Can I ask for
No.
comments?
You know
comments.
what?
What do you think?
I think
I'm going to say my opinion.
You know what, right? Yesterday, you had injuries, right? You had a lot of injuries, right?
Yeah.
But you still up front, you had Son on one wing, Richarlison down the middle, and
Solanke.
Kulusevski on the other side.
Yeah.
And you was missing players.
Of course.
That's better than their front line.
Robbie, we were missing like 11 players. But what you got to realise is,
God,
that's
no
better than
back,
their front
fam.
line.
Plasma TV, bro.
Big
You know
game.
them way there.
The sport
Keeper
of
gone.
game.
Best left back
Beautiful
gone.
game.
You know what I mean? We couldn't even play Spence because he was ineligible. Do you know what I mean?
keeper's
Two
better than
centre backs,
no.
both of our centre backs were gone, fam. You get me? That's it. Like, bro, midfield, bro, we got players gone everywhere.
Best 11 and best 11, you got a better 11 than them.
Solanke.
And those players will be
hear
back
that.
by then.
Solanke, Kulusevski, Ahmad get into the Spurs side easy.
All right, let's do it from the so goalkeeper.
Just forget about it.
Vicario.
If he's fit,
Everyone fit.
Vicario.
No, but I never said first 11. I said squad.
Well, I'm going first 11.
No, but I think we got a better 11 than
but I'm
United.
saying because if you get,
I
that's why
believe
you're
that.
famous. If he gets later down into the
I believe we got a better 11 than them,
Yeah,
but
but if
not,
he gets
not
later
squad.
down into the tournament, most of your players are going to be fit.
Yeah.
Right? So, probably, right?
Yeah.
So, if we were at the back four, it would be. What would the back four be? Doggy, left.
Yeah, we ain't got Jallo.
Romero.
Immediately.
Romero.
No, Van der Ven. Van der Ven's getting into there.
Van der Ven.
No, but Romero's
Van der Ven de Ligt.
Van der Ven de Ligt.
Van der Ven de Ligt.
I like that.
Right back.
Spence, blood. Not even Porro. Spence, blood.
Yeah, I don't mind that. That's fine.
All right, midfield.
Midfield, Ugarte.
You can
Ugarte.
see it. You know them way there.
Ugarte's
Ugarte.
in. And then Bruno's in.
We play Kulu in the midfield, bro. That was only because we got injuries. No, it's Kulu that we play in the midfield.
Kulusevski.
Yeah, because Ahmad's going to be on the right. So
And Ahmad on the right.
Madison's getting in, bro. What are you talking about? Did he just sneak? Who did you just put in? Bruno.
Bruno's got to be in.
Now Bruno's ahead of us. And then you got up front. Up front you've got
He is.
Ahmad,
And then
Son, and down the middle Solanke.
Solanke. We're kind of close, you know. When you actually like,
Well, you're close in the league.
close to him.
Like, when you actually deep it, yeah, these men are just living off names. When I actually watch what I watch, that's not even the 11. I swear down.
What are you saying? The guy is names?
No, not your players. Like, even Son's been shocking, fam. Do you know what I mean? But you not just ain't got anyone. That's probably what it is.
The thing is about it, like I said, you haven't got them teams dropping.
Brennan Johnson,
I think it's only like Lazio and Roma in it.
Brennan Johnson's GA is probably higher than Bruno's, blood. You know what I'm saying, yeah? But he doesn't play well.
Yeah.
You get me? And I seen Bruno stick the place out, but you man are throwing him in there on GA, blood.
No, Bruno has to.
What happened? That Everton game, is it just injuries or is it just your back?
Robbie, remember what I said to you last week on Best of Enemies, yeah?
Because you wanted the manager to
Robbie, is this my interview or your interview? Huh?
Yours.
5 minutes in the interview, now let me speak.
All right,
why you cut me off?
All right, let me hear what you have to say.
Robbie, is this my interview?
You gotta sound more sad though, because
Robbie, is this my interview or not interview? And why everybody touching my bomber claw at when me I speak? Stop touching me. But yeah, Robbie, honestly, let me tell you this, fam. I said it, innit, the Everton game. My head was gone. I wanted him sacked on the spot, blood. I called him the Melbourne Mick Foley, blood. You know them way there, the Brisbane Bielsa. I absolutely lost it, fam. No, I absolutely lost it. I wanted him gone, innit. I did. And I don't regret anything that I said because that's how I felt in the moment. But let me tell you this, like, that was head loss, innit? As I'm calm, and it's got nothing to do with us beating Hoffenheim because it was the same old Tottenham, we just won that game, innit? Same everything, you know what I mean? Capitulations, like it could have happened, innit? But we managed to win. But let me tell you this about Tottenham. I've got to be realistic. As much as I cussed the man about his faults, I need to applaud what he's actually done, innit, yeah? Yes, brother, this is the worst injury crisis I've ever seen, like in the history, blood. I swear down, since I've been on this planet supporting this team, bro. And I'm telling you, this is the worst. It's like these men are training in a UFC octagon, bro. Everyone is just getting injured off the field, do you know what I'm saying? And even still, yeah, I came into this season saying that I wanted a trophy, yeah? We are in all cup competitions, blood. This isn't usual for us. You know us. We go out early, fam. You know them way there, fam. We're out of the competition, bro. I'm telling you. I told man, we're like Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn after he ate them 1,000 eggs, blood. We're out of the competition. We're just gone. Do you know them way there, yeah? He is in a... We've got to go Anfield. And the wickedest thing is, look at our route in the Carabao Cup. We had Man City. We didn't have easy games. We should have been out. You get me? And between Ange and the players, they've got us this far. Yeah, so as much as I want him sacked because of his Premier League, he's got us 15th and he's embarrassing me and letting man down every week. I'm accounting for the injuries, yeah? I am accounting for the injuries, yeah? But we were never going to win that Premier League, man. So for me, yeah, if we get a new manager in, there's no guarantee he can win us this cup now. Not that Ange can either, but he deserves the time.
So what Ange did now?
No. I'm saying he deserves. I told him, if you don't win a cup, sack him.
Okay.
But he deserves to play these games. Brother, we've got Liverpool, then I believe we've got Aston Villa next, yeah? You get me, fam? If we lose to Liverpool, lose to Aston Villa, and we're still getting dumped on in this, we're getting Lily Phillips out in this league, get him out before this Europa League. That's what we need to do. Now, I'm serious, but he deserves the chance. He deserves the time for his players. Imagine we sack him now, bring in a new manager, and then all our players come back. It's not fair on him. Do you get me? I'm not sticking up for him. I don't believe he's going to win a trophy. I'm going to be honest. I don't believe he's the guy that will win. If he does, I'd love it. I wouldn't sack him if he wins a trophy, but I don't believe. I think the only thing that he's picking up at the end of the season are long-term injuries. That's what it is, man.
What is with me, right? You're right. The injuries thing does make a big... Even with us, right? I see when I compare last year to this year, we literally had everybody fit, literally every game.
Yeah.
And this year, we've literally had nobody fit.
Not even a light.
All the times, right? So, who?
He was in Sainsbury's, blood. Did you see that video? He was in Sainsbury's. Did you see that video of him in Sainsbury's? Did you see? He got brother. Who's that? Hey, that's Tomiyasu, blood. You get me, fam? He had Pampers on, bro. You know what I mean?
Right? So, and I see the differences here, the fluency and all that. So that is a big difference. However, even when Romero and Van der Ven was was still losing a load of games then as well, wasn't he? So I don't know, man. I'm not sure.
Then they say that it's the style of football that's getting.
Yeah, that's what we mean. I'm not sure about it.
I agree. No, but I agree. But I've said
and is he running the players?
I've said all of this. I've said all of this. I agree with that. Do you know them we're there? I agree with that. I'm not saying that he's blameless for any of this, bro. You know what I'm saying, fam? Literally, yeah. Like, I agree that his style of play and the fact that when we had all of our players, how he abused it. He didn't use like the Jed Spencers, the Archie Grays. He's only using these man now, bro. He's made mistakes. He has, but I just don't feel. I feel like he deserves a chance. You know them way there.
Why don't Levy go and get a defender?
No, you know, before, why
no, but let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
While we're on that, what about you lot, bro? Not even in a disrespect thing, but I'm saying right now, you're hearing the transfer.
Now, let's not veer. You're right. We're going to move on to him, yeah, but let's not veer, yeah. As much as man want to be talking about Ant, talking about that. It's the 23rd of January, yeah, and bro, we got no players, blood. You seen how thin our squad is, blood. You get me? Rizla, that's what we got. Our bench was a memorial bench. You saw it, fam. R.I.P. Arthur Fowler, fam. No bench. Jim in the favelas, fam. No bench, blood. It was dead food, fam. And then you got, that Specsavers Robocop, blood. And let me not even just keep calling him. Because everyone likes to be like, oh, Levy. It's because he's the face. It's bigger than him, you know. We are. There's so many men up there, blood. Oh, the John Lewis Foundation or Joe Lewis Foundation. Oh, the this, that, and the other. Do you know the amount of people that are in charge? It ain't got nothing to do with him. He's just a guy that sits there with his glasses looking miserable, blood. It's not just him. Do you know what I'm saying, fam? So, bro, huh?
Interesting record. Thanks for waiting.
Werner swap?
You don't
Werner swap? No, bro, we won't even send him in football boots. We send him in sliders. We don't need football boots. We send him in sliders. What do you mean no deal?
No deal, bro.
But you're right. So now the owners, they need to take responsibility because you know what it is, Robbie, yeah? These man, I'm telling you, they are the best businessmen out there. You get me, fam, yeah? When it comes to business, we boom. When it comes to football, we're doomed. You know what I mean? Because these men don't give a damn. I promise you, Robbie, they don't care. When you ask Daniel Levy, his achievements at Tottenham, yeah? Brother, he was actually here when we won our last trophy, yeah? He ain't bringing that up. Trophy? What do you mean, blood? Our annual turnover in 2018 was... We get turned over on the pitch in 2018, blood. So, man, with you. I'm tired of it, man. Move on. Let's go on to Arsenal, blood.
Let's talk about Arsenal.
Yeah, well,
not even disrespect now. You lot are back in it. The fans...
Back in what?
They're back in the title race.
What do you mean? Ain't they still 9 points off the team?
They're back in it.
You see how this show's called Best of Enemies, yeah? Me and you should be sitting there and they should just get a new fan here, yeah? But when I think about who's Arsenal's enemy, get a Forest fan. That's what they should I like that's what they should do. Not Liverpool. Not Liverpool. You get a Forest fan.
No, but you know what, right?
You're back in it.
What yours? 6 points. I don't know.
Is it 6 points and then a game in hand?
And they got a game in hand. But that game in hand against Everton, at Everton, that's not an easy game. But the thing is about it, right,
soak up some punishment.
All what you two are saying is similar with me, like when it comes to the transfer market, because it's the same thing with us. It's like, it's the 24th, and we ain't bought no one.
You still do the daily transfer show?
And I'm still doing the daily transfer show and suffering every day, bro. And the thing is, where you need defenders,
what do you need?
We need a striker or an attacker.
What?
We need a forward player.
What about Kyle Havertz?
Yeah, but you can't have one. You've got more than one striker. We haven't. You've got Richarlison.
Jesus is out.
You've got Solanke. Right?
Richarlison only just came back. Man says you got. Yeah, but that was like his first game. That was his first start, Robbie, of the season.
Saka's out.
They should have someone.
Saka's out, and I don't think Saka. He might not even come back for the season because he's had to have surgery to a hamstring, and that's normally 4 to 6 months out.
And you don't want to match him
even
up.
if he comes back quick, right? You're talking the end of April, and the season finishes a couple of weeks into May, right? Jesus is gone, right? He's minimum 9 months, so he's out, right? So we need a forward player. You see our bench. I'd love to get Cunha. I'd love to get Cunha.
He's not really a striker.
But you know what? With Jesus, he's similar to Jesus, but with
that's what I'm saying.
Listen, it's obvious to Arsenal they've got a target for the summer, yeah. And they've got, I think that guy's Sesko, and I think there's like an agreement. Well, their number one target, their number one player they want is Isak. I think they have worries getting him, but you never know.
That
and
price
then
is
Sesko.
crazy.
But we've seen them pay 100 million for Rice, so they could pay her like
I think they'll
110
do another
million.
100.
I think they pay like 110 million. They
Is the
might do
money
it.
there at Arsenal to do?
They've got money,
is the money
man.
there to do something in Jan? Do it, bro.
They've got
I don't
the money.
understand how you
But
lot.
They did. Didn't you buy Zubomendi or something? Was that gone through or what?
that hasn't gone through.
Okay.
Again, that's going to be in the summer. But for me, if we don't get a forward player in,
My eyes are liars.
you can't pass Liverpool. Because you saw Liverpool last week, the firepower that they're able to call upon.
It's crazy.
Nunes,
Your middle tower might be
put him first, man.
Elliot, Jota.
Yeah.
You actually
just
look
because
at their
your tower's
last two
being
games that
attacked
they won,
doesn't mean
right?
it's
Both
never
games
it's
they were
fine.
under the cosh. When I say under, they were
what? Let 'em
dominating the
have it.
games, but
They got bigger
they're
fish to
looking like
fry.
they're going to draw those games.
all of them.
In one game, they bring on
see it.
Elliot.
I see it.
They bring on Elliot and Jota. And Elliot
Currently
provides
apporting
the
here,
assist and
everyone.
Jota scores the header. And then the next game, they bring on Nunes, he scores 2 goals.
But
Right?
you lot so close, though. You lot so
I know,
close.
you
I've
see
seen
them,
people
bro, I'm
spray-
telling you.
I've seen people put the
It's frustrating
the mural now saying
all of
spend
them.
the cash.
Yeah,
Oh, is it?
yeah.
Updated.
Are they? Is that upset? Are they?
Somebody wrote that on the
Spend
mural.
the cash. Spend the
Oh
cash.
my
on
Listen,
days.
listen, it's frustrating me, man, because the team first game they bring on Nunes, he scores 2 goals. Right,
But you lot so close, though. You lot so
I
close.
know,
I've
you
seen
see,
people
bro, I'm
spray-
telling you,
I've seen people put the
it's frustrating
the mural
Guys,
now
they
saying
are all of
spend the
them.
cash.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
is it?
yeah.
Updated.
Are they? Is that upset? Are they?
Somebody wrote that on the
Spend the
mural.
cash. Spend the
Oh
cash.
my
on
Listen,
days.
listen, it's frustrating me, man, because the team, the defense is good.
And you were 2-0
Right.
up against a Villa and Aston
Yeah,
as
we
well.
threw it
Like,
away.
you get me? You're a
Threw it
retailer.
away,
Like,
man.
you know what I
Thomas
mean?
Partey, man, switched off for both goals. Right,
And then
but
he tried to
again,
play
he's
my
filling,
handball as well,
he's filling in.
Yes. we
Nah,
remember that.
listen,
You
I
got
work close to that. Listen, you know with that handball though, right? You're not 100% sure, are you? Because there's 2 angles. There's one angle which definitely looks
Arsenal
like
angle.
There's definitely when I saw
What about the Arsenal
hold on. When I saw the
That
first
was
angle
a
right
double
after the
kick.
game, I'm like, yeah, handball.
Carry
Let's move
winter
on.
wherever.
But then later on, right, when I saw the next angle, it looks like he hit his chest. But yo, regardless of
that.
that,
You know them ways there. Man said hit his chest, you know. What are you talking about?
regardless of that,
Slap ball, tap ball in
we
that.
threw it away. We're 2-0 up. We're
low
cruising,
cut,
cruising, and we threw the game away. But
middle
we've
tower
got
might
to
need a
get
little
attacking. I love Cunha. Cunha's a wicked player, man.
Kyle
And he was
Havertz
leading.
is not the answer.
Osman, bro. How are you?
I'd have Osman.
They want thingy. What's his name? Dusan. Valavic.
I'd have Osman.
What about
I'd have Osman
Vahailovic?
as well.
What about Vahailovic?
Love
Want
it.
it?
Listen, right now,
Shocked at Arsenal.
Top
any
tower is
striker
down.
I'd have.
I'm shocked. They don't want to win the title. They don't want to win. They don't want to win it. Like, and this is why Turkish is doing the proton angry, angry promos, bro.
Oh, right.
The love for the love, proton.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying,
right,
bro? Bro, the guy's mad. But I understand it, you know, because look at your team, bro. Right now, you're close enough, and Liverpool are not convincing. They're not
Yeah.
like totally convincing.
No, they're not. They're not.
You're
They're
talking about two bad results. You're in the mix again.
The other day, right? If they would have lost to, I think it was the last week. If they had lost that game
Your courier's dead.
Forest.
against,
peace,
no, not
I
against
guess,
Forest,
I
the
don't
one
know.
they
The one that they
Brentford.
won. The one that they won.
Brentford was
Nunes.
0-0, and then they got
Nunes.
the 2 goals.
Yeah.
But let's just say, if they'd have drawn that game,
Yeah.
and then we then went into the Villa game and won that game, it's 2 points.
2 points.
That's how quick it can turn around, right?
Take care,
But
take care.
right now, I have to admit, if we don't increase the firepower, we ain't beating, we ain't passing, because they've just got the options they've got. Gakpo, Diaz, Jota,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, Nunes, Elliot.
Are you worried about yes, they got matched up in the
They might even qualify.
They might couldn't qualify, but if they couldn't focus on the Premier League, does that change the whole?
City, bro, I'll tell you, I don't think they're...
They've
look
done
at
some
that.
good
They won.
Yeah, they did that one.
They've done good business. I think it's a good start.
Who's that defender?
Personoff or something like that.
Yeah.
But he's a young player. But there's still that midfield.
Yeah.
Like, they need to sort them in. Because, bro, that game the other day was against PSG. When they were 2-0 up, that was flat again.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have been, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
PSG were all over them.
But they got some good fixtures in the Premier League, and
City.
the City could go on a run
But the
in the
thing is,
Premier
the teams
League.
that they're losing to, are there any really good fixtures now, blood?
And remember,
They're
they
like,
threw-
we're losing to
Remember,
City
they
to
threw away a
everyone.
2-0
We
lead
lose
as
to
well.
everyone.
They had a 2-0 lead against PSG. They threw it away. They had a 2-0 lead against Brentford. They threw it away.
Yeah.
I mean, let's get into the games anyway for this weekend.
Foden,
Yeah,
might,
so you're talking about that?
Foden might catch Saka's GA blood this season after all of the talk from the Arsenal fans. Rob.
So-
You lot got them as well.
Yeah.
They got wicked. Hey, Man City fixtures
So
are
City
crazy.
have got Chelsea this week. Us next week. They've got
I thought you
Chelsea.
said
at
that they
home.
had easy fixtures.
Shit, you know what?
Was it you that said they
I
had
went
easy
mad.
fixtures?
I went mad.
I think
I went mad. Like, look at these. Hey, look at the pictures. I'll try and shit. Here you go. Man City, Arsenal, Newcastle, Liverpool, Tottenham, Nottingham Forest, Brighton.
You said Said was right. Said
You people using the term
But I told you, I'm not a football scholar. I'm talking about before, bro.
What you say for that?
stinker.
I'm getting predictions for that game. Man City versus Chelsea.
Oh, I'm doing I'm letting people know I'm doing a call-in show.
You did a call-in
Yeah,
after.
call-in after on DR Sports. Make sure you check it out. I'll carry on the show.
This is a hard game to call, because I'm telling you, Chelsea.
Is Maresca all right?
Well, they won their first game in 5, wasn't it? On Monday.
After going to go down from that Robert Sanchez, blood. Oh my God. I don't know how you're going to spend $1 billion
No,
on
it's
that
one-
grabbing and go.
1-1.
And they're buying
It don't even matter. Did you see what he did? Did you see what he did?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
yeah,
saying. That was unbelievable. That's what real
They
talk.
should buy a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
They got Sancho there. They got players. What are they doing?
I don't know how they. But to be fair, they got about 12 goalkeepers on the books.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's it. Probably. So I'm saying. This one's a draw. This one's a draw. I think it's
Very good. That's it. Oh, yeah, sure. I can't see Chelsea winning that.
Wolves versus Arsenal.
Yes, Jay.
Yeah, you know.
Where's it?
Wolves.
Watch yourself.
Yes, I love when he does this. Yeah, no, I love what he does. I'll go with whatever he says. I'll go with whatever he says. I don't care.
I don't know.
Tell him the time. Tell him the time.
What time is it?
3 o'clock.
Oh, man. Yeah. Again.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Don't rub it outside the stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yardman special.
Oh,
Yeah. Drop points.
Might wanna look at
Just
you
drop
bottom
points.
top.
I don't know how. I don't know if it's a loss. Points will be dropped. You're not getting 3 points.
We'll win this one.
You're not getting 3 points.
Wolves, the worst
Towers under
defenders
attack
of set pieces in
not
the Premier
Nah,
League.
they are.
Gabriel, actually.
You know how save
You
this.
know what I mean to say?
I really hope that they get something.
Hey,
I'm
I'll tell you-
like we. The Roberto Carlos stuff.
Here's the see how they destroyed Newcastle last week.
Nice. They are
Tough game.
Bro, do you know what's actually mad?
Bottom tower's under attack there. All right.
No
bottom
way
tower's
you
down.
would have said that last season. Bro.
No.
Just see how we
Worst news.
Do you know what? You know what? Arsenal. You know what? This is for a debate.
They
Right?
stole our spot. They stole our spot. They stole our spot.
You know what? Let me say. Let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. Right?
Bottom
And I'll
tower's
ask
under
this question
attack
to
there.
everybody's watching this right
Yeah.
now. Is the league this year?
Understood.
Is it just that the big teams are poor, or is it that actually these teams like Bournemouth, Nottingham Forest, Brighton, they've caught up?
They caught up.
I think they've caught up.
What I would say is, my team have been poor, but it's not when I'm losing to these teams where I feel disrespected because they have got better. Do you understand? Because I've watched them, whoever they play, and I've seen the level of football. So they've definitely got better. But the big teams have definitely gotten worse.
But who's beating the cherries here?
What
Who out of us are
None
beating
of
the
us.
cherries here? None of us are beat. That's
No, but that's what I'm
even
saying.
normal.
But I went into that game not expecting anything.
But that's not normal though.
Yeah.
No, but
Imagine, and the big, this is like the original.
But come on,
big-
blood, man,
And-
losing to Palace,
No.
Ipswich. Come on,
Yeah,
bruv.
not Ipswich and that, but I'm saying teams like Bournemouth, right? If you look at some of their players, Kirkes, he gets into like literally every team.
He is. He's a quality
Right?
player.
Semenya.
Yeah,
Gets into
Semenyo.
loads of teams. Clive Irving gets enough teams.
Is Kirk as their left back?
Yeah.
Who's their centre back? That young gun.
Hyson or
Hyson, him. He's
getting
quality,
to
bruv.
nothing.
He's
That's what I'm
quality.
saying.
And that Murillo guy at
Murillo, we're getting to nothing.
Even Evan Nilsson, blood. Man's forgetting Evan Nilsson. Good player,
Evan
blood.
Nilsson.
Clive first.
they got better.
And they're not buying, and these teams are not buying players for nothing. Right? Like Evan Nilsson cost £40 million.
There you go.
So they're not. It's not like they're
40 million?
Yeah,
How's Bournemouth spending 40 million
because they sold you Solanke.
when they got like a three? No, but 40 million can buy their whole stadium.
No, but
blood.
they sold you
They've got like
New stand.
4,000
Now you
seats.
can buy a new stand still.
When you look at,
Brother, you could buy a whole new stadium. I swear that. KG, their allocation is
Greg
crazy.
called the
Even
time.
teams like
Apparently
Brighton,
assaulting his
loads of their players are getting
So,
top teams,
so,
Toma,
you're gonna
people
handle
like that.
this yourself.
Right? Forest, same things. Like you're just saying, Murillo and these guys, Gibbs White, right? They're getting into. So it's not like, oh, these teams all of a sudden they've got very
When
good
you saw them
players.
say, Forest, they're here now. They're here.
They have to be on some kind of village
No, but
where you
Forest
get
have
those
always
people.
had money. They just been rubbish. Like remember them season when they came into the league, they were spending big boy money like what we were spending.
Villa.
But they were just making poor decisions.
Look at some of the players
but now
at
they're
Villa
getting
have
it
got.
right.
Because some of the
You know what I
players at Villa got last week when they had a better forward line than us.
Brother, they brought them off the bench.
They brought
off Leon Bailey and Duran.
When they put on their
Who you're playing on Sunday? Fulham. They've got Jimenez up front. Jimenez is way better than Rasmus Højlund.
Pray for us.
Right? You've got.
He's better than Xerxes.
He's better than Xerxes. Jimenez.
Oh.
Jimenez is a
What,
top
Raul
player.
Jimenez?
Raul Jimenez. He's better than Xerxes. Of course he is. As a striker. As a striker.
He's better than Xerxes.
Right?
But he
And
ain't better than
then, they've got
Xerxes.
players like Smith Rowe. Better than who? Zerkap. Right?
Zerkap, bro.
They got Zerkap. They've got players like Smith Rowe.
Bro!
That Anderson at the
Nah,
back.
he's good. I'm not even taking the
Anderson at the back.
Actually,
Bottom tower.
Innit? Anderson at the back, Leno in goal. The guys ain't got no.
Yeah,
It's
Leno
not
had
no
a
fluky
stinker the
thing.
other day.
though.
I'm not even gonna lie.
It's
Leno.
not a fluky
if we
thing.
beat these lot, you have to give us credit.
Where is it? At Craven Cottage?
All right, what game? Anyway,
100%.
Bournemouth Forest. Who's winning that?
Is that Bournemouth round, yeah?
Yeah. I'm going Bournemouth. Actually.
I'm getting Forest.
You go Forest?
Yeah, I'm getting Forest. 2-1.
Can't Bournemouth, Forest, and Fulham just have a triple threat match, and whoever wins, we take their manager? Like, I'm on that. I'm on that. I don't care.
You
You
have
get
their
me?
manager.
All right.
I know, but I
Let
don't want
me-
Nuno back directly. But what I'm saying is, if he wins a triple threat match, then he can win my.
Let me do a couple more games.
Yeah.
Liverpool, Ipswich.
That's a lot of money.
Oh, come on, man.
Who?
Actually,
Liverpool,
no, we
Ipswich.
can't come on, man, at all
Where's
in the
it?
Premier League. Is that actually?
Liverpool, Ipswich at Anfield.
Yeah,
Forget
come
that.
on, man.
Let's go.
You need yourself power. I'm only
Liverpool win.
They're giving you two.
Being
Stop
this
it.
way.
Yeah.
All right.
We're up.
Fulham, Manchester United.
We're in pain.
Your
We
top
just
tower
prepare for
just-
it. Man United fans, 7 o'clock, the world's watching.
He's not
We
gonna
save,
sugarcoat
we
it.
save
You're in the
shit
soup here.
performances for the world to see. And we're going to do it again. We will let you down. Man United fans, 2 seatbelts. So that's what it's going to take. It's the pilot seatbelt,
Oh
bro,
my
because
days.
we're in trouble. Yeah, I pray that we can do something, but I'm gonna say 2-1, Fulham. We'll be lucky. If we get something in the game, I'll be surprised. But
I think Fulham, especially
I'm
the
going
fact
draw.
that you've had a hard game on a Thursday night and they've had all week to chill.
oh, they've been on ice as well, just waiting. for us.
Yeah.
Oh, we're in trouble.
Aston Villa, West Ham. Villa, innit?
Hey,
Well, Potter's in
Potter.
the new job,
Graham
innit?
Potter,
You get
yes,
me?
he got
Wingardium Leviosa and that.
Lost last week.
Them
Yeah.
man tried to buy Duran, bro, for like 60 million or something. They got rejected.
That's what I'm saying. Look at what the money they're spending.
Yeah.
That's what
West
I'm
Ham's
saying.
been spending
These
money.
guys are catching up.
got money as well. Like they've not got the best. They ain't got the value for the spending. I would say I'm gonna go with West Ham in this one actually.
Okay.
Oh, is it?
Shit, I don't need that to happen. Ain't that?
Yeah.
They could go past it.
West Ham are
That
closer
makes
to
us.
us.
Aston Villa.
Aston Villa still.
Yeah, West Ham, actually, Man United on 30, West Ham on
15! You can go to jump on that!
Bro, you know I went to a premiere. I went to a premiere the other day. Like, Mark Wahlberg. And then man just looked up to me. He goes, you know what rating this is, right? I said, no. I don't even know the film. He goes, it's a 15. And he laughed like that in my face for a beat, man. I ain't gonna lie, obviously, I was a good sport and that. I wasn't trying to get thrown out, blood.
All right,
I hurt my feelings, blood.
Final game. surely Tottenham versus second to bottom of the league, Leicester City.
Easy win.
Brother, this is the relegation rhythm, bro. You know them way there, fam. Mo Leicester
Ruud
City,
Van
we're gonna
Nistelrooy
get
can't
touched
buy
up,
a
bro.
win.
Polite Van Nistelrooy, bro. You watch, he's gonna be doing all of that.
No way.
Yep, so
There's no way. They have to win this game to keep the distance between the relegated sides and us. Bro. Do it for the great good, bro. This one's bigger than. This is for the Premier League right now, bro. This is a relegation pointer. I need you lot to be locked in.
At home
Everton one
against
was
Leicester.
mad. You have to win.
One thing,
we got
you've had to go away to Hoffenheim.
Yeah.
Taxing game in the end. You could have been an easy game. You got all the injuries.
Brother, did you see our players
had
after the
them.
80th minute? Did you see our players after the 80th
Yeah,
minute? How
they
they
look
were
knackered.
moving, bruv.
They look
They look
knackered.
I will
like,
not
brother.
forgive them.
And you've got a team that, again, they've been on ice all week. Even though they've been poor.
Our players were moving like Hulk
Vardy.
Hogan. You see when he came out for the Raw team,
Yeah,
lad, you get me,
yeah,
fam? You know, then he got booed out the building. You know, them way there, fam.
Jamie Vardy,
Oh shit, and he done that when he played last time. What was the reverse fixture? Didn't he?
2-2, wasn't it?
No,
2-2.
1-1. Yeah, 1-1. 1-1.
Was it 1-1?
Yeah, start of the season 1-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were singing about his misses, and then he started doing the, you know, them way
do you
there,
reckon?
fam. I reckon Wayne Bridge should fight KSI. I reckon. Yeah.
Control yourself now.
Yeah.
Look what's happened to us. Look at us, bro. Bro, before we would have
don't know
given predictions,
bro, I don't even know
you know this show last year.
deserve
You know what we'd have been like last year, bro?
Yeah.
I'm playing Fulham, we've got Leicester.
Let's do last season, let's do this season, yeah. Ask me last season, bro. Ask me.
Last season, right? Tottenham at home against Leicester.
At home, Camo, Leicester FC, the Foxes. Brother, man has no respect for foxes. Even when I get yarded and I see them, you get me, fam. Stay away from my black bags. Foxes are victims. Those are the animals that are victims. All they do is run. You get me, fam. They don't stay and fight. You know what I mean? Foxes, they're shook, blood. They're absolutely shook, blood, about foxes, bro. We're slapping them up, bro. You know them way they call us Lucas, blood, because these foxes get into.
All right, that scored last year.
Huh? Bro, 4-1, Robbie.
This year.
Well, it's going to be a difficult game. Obviously, like, we're near them. You get me? They've got hella injuries. Do you know what I'm saying? And let's be honest, let's not forget, they've won the Premier League. They're a big club. They won the FA Cup. They've been relegated. All of this has happened while my team's done absolutely nothing. So you know what? We'll be lucky to beat them. But I think it'll be a draw.
Last year, Fulham Man United.
Right now we're talking about title charge, bro.
Yep.
Like, right now we're talking about how close.
No, wait. I said last year, not 10 years ago.
Now I gotta be myself. Because I'm always talking about title charge, bro. I gotta be myself, even though when it's last year. Listen, and we didn't beat them last year. When we got Manchester. I think we played them twice. We think we got Manchester. They came up from Africa and still done a match. Last year, this game, minor. I'm not even focused on this game. It's about. I think we got Arsenal soon. That's what I'm talking about. I'm doing the forward.
Dubois, blood, looking over. Dubois talking about Usyk.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing, bro. What? Them lot?
Yes.
At Craven Cottage?
Fulham.
Easy game, bro.
Like.
They're craving for points, fam.
Jeez.
That's what I be saying. I'll be moving mad. Then guess what, bro?
This year.
Even this year, we're gonna lose, bro. We've got no chance. We're 13. We're 14.
I'm 15! Oh my, 15 kg, bro! 15, bro!
And the thing is,
Bro, I ain't even got a national insurance card yet. I'm 15th! I swear down!
and do you know what, right? Even when I deep Man United, right? They're even acting like a club in relegation because where are you? You're 13th.
13.
And you're about to send one of your best players.
Yeah, I can't believe
That's
it.
what a team. That is like what a relegation team
We're
is
feeder
doing.
club. We're feeder club. We're a feeder club.
Crazy.
That's what I'm
Some
saying.
TVs, bro.
Wolves
This
ain't
is like-
losing Cunha, but United.
My man said it's the worst Man United side ever. That we came out the pressure and said that. That's how you know it's dark side. And again, selling players. Remember they said Poppy for sale, you know. Next
Kobe
season,
Mainoo
at the
for
end of the
sale,
season, at the end of the season, if someone puts in a super bid for Kobe Mainoo, they get it. You know what they are? 100 million, you get Kobe. That's what we're on right now. all Steve said it on when he was on the American platform saying Garnacho and Thingy himself, and all the Man United fans were like, "Oh, what's going on?" This, that, and the other. They were serious. We've got serious with this card. I think over 300, we're owing like over 300 million or something, and something needs to be paid off soon. So
That's probably why they're trying to get Rashford.
Why don't you sell like
that's
your
why
wages?
That's why.
And again, pure profit because he
Pure
came
profit,
through the
man,
system.
Pure
Wow.
Omar Barada and them man there, but like I don't even know. I was gassing these guys up saying the Sinister Six, bro. These are like
Watch
5
yourself.
bozos, fam. 'Cause I don't know what they're doing right now. No, I'm sad, bro. I'm sad. I won't lie
All
to
right,
you.
well, listen, on that sad note, I think we've got to end the show.
What about your defence, blood, like Lissandro and Euro, blood? You were gassing them up, blood.
Hey, the lit and them.
Lenny and George from a Mice and Men.
Nah.
Yo, Euro the other day.
It's blood.
Euro the other day, he was
Yeah, we
getting
got to end the
He
show.
did.
bro.
He did. I saw it, blood.
We got to end the show. We got to end the show.
You got
Saeed
what?
said that Sleeper's got to watch out though.
Brother, he was
Bro,
looking like...
said-
that
Saeed
Lenny
said
Euro,
some-
he looked like
Bro.
Saeed the other day when that guy was cooking.
Nah, he looked like Nuruddin, fam. I swear to God. He looked like Nuruddin, blood.
He was getting
I
cooked.
swear down.
But anyway, we're going to end the show there. Thanks for joining us. Don't forget, we'll be back next week here. Hopefully, we'll be a bit more happier, man, because
Hey,
We need some results. We need to win. You didn't win. Look
Technically,
up.
we all won in Europe, but it just don't matter.
See how the show is. You didn't win.
I know the way to go.
Well, we know we didn't win.
Yeah.
And look at us.
Yeah.
Someone has to win, bro.
you know we need a win next week.
You went Arsenal, what was your reaction?
Oh, I did this.
I'm gonna react to it. I'm gonna react to it. Let me tell you exactly what happened. Yeah. So I was watching the Arsenal game. Yeah. They went 1-0 up.
Yeah.
I stopped watching. They went 2-0 up. Yeah. And what I did was I muted it. Yeah. And I was just watching something else on YouTube. Yeah. Then blood, I just see in the corner of my eye. I just see someone celebrating.
Good,
I said,
perfect
"Could it be?"
example. See,
Then blood, I
this-
just unmuted
right
it. Yeah.
here
Right, when they got the
This
equaliser,
is what you
I was like, "Shut!" All of that. Yeah. And then obviously I got to my game and I realised all of that was unnecessary because I can't even talk about
Do you ever have weekends, right, where
When I get
your rival's lost? Yeah. But you're like, yo, I should have played well.
See, this is it. Usually in them moments, I still celebrate because I'm
I
like,
was
I know
celebrating when you lot were
what
losing while we were playing. Like United are losing. I was
I
celebrating.
have to
and I-
celebrate, but then
You can't go too early. You can't go. You know, like on
Go
social
early.
media.
Go early.
Go early.
Random, go early.
You go early because
We have
you
to.
We have
be
to,
ringing
because
man and all
we get
that.
cooked either way. We get
We're
cooked
gonna
either
get
way.
cooked.
Yeah.
Go early.
I get it. I get it.
All right, guys. Well, listen. Thanks for watching the show. We'll be back next week. Don't forget to subscribe to VR Sports and some big games this weekend.
And to our channels too, blood. I'm on the road to 400k. What's man talking about? Come on, G. Yes, I'm on like 392 or something.
Wow. I am on the
400k.
400k. I'm on the road to 400k.
Let's go. Brother, you still brother. What's man talking about? 300k, G. What's man on, fam?
Let's get paid.
Shouldn't be on that road anymore,
Let's get
blood.
to 4.
You get me, fam? These man need to change the whip. You know, like in F1, when they put them thing, they need to change the tyres and that. But get him off that road, bruv. Get him to 50k this episode. What's man talking about?
Too many irons in the fire.
Go farm legend. Don't go in the. Man, Luna is farmer.
This
You are only idiot.
nicely.
Nothing else.
War and winter traveling in. Ah, that seems wise.
Maybe less.
Have a care. Wings beating.
Oh,
Yes, giant. I'm not ready. I just might. Oh, I've never felt this good. I know the way to go. Have patience, child. Watch yourself. Very well.
is there?
I agree with you. I do agree with you, Henry. But on the flip side of that, okay, if that's the mentality that those teams are actually going into the next 20-odd games with, then bring it on, because that would be the wrong mentality and you would be likely to slip up with someone who you underestimate. I don't think that's the case.
Do you think then, Hugh, if you don't sign anyone with the injuries you've got, you're still in the league?
Honestly, mate, I don't know. You've got to bed that line. They've got to move the country. They're speaking a different language. They've never played with these players before. They don't understand the system. It's very unlikely that even a top player coming in would make a massive difference. I know the way to go. As far as I'm concerned.
Can I ask, just so I understand where you're coming from? So from your point of view, you're not overly frustrated if you don't go out and try and sign that star player for those reasons.
That's Terry Jones. I'm an Arsenal fan.
No, I get it.
I've been around the block and I know this club at the back of my hand. I don't care about what kind of merch we're releasing or what kind of PR statements they're putting out through whichever journalist. I've seen this all before. Very well. I know the lingo that everybody is using when they don't know anything. And when they don't know anything, it's because they haven't been briefed. The people that are being briefed are giving out a tone which suggests we're not going to be doing that much. Okay? And
I understand that, but I'm more interested in you're saying that when we've asked a few questions tonight, you sort of said we're not doing too much, we're beating around the point that's going on. I'm asking what you want to see happen.
Because we need to sign a serious striker, Terry.
But at the same breath, you've also said that you're not even sure they're going to come in and make a difference. They can't even get in next 6 months. So
every transfer is a risk.
Yeah. So
you can spend a day to look at Darwin. Darwin gives you moments where you think, wow, this guy could be unreal. But we're like 2.5 seasons in, I think, and we're still trying to work out exactly how we fit this guy in. So it's not a guarantee. I don't know. Haaland is like an exception to the rule.
Letting them do this?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm no expert, but
does he end up winning us the league?
Kill free.
And I think that's a fair take, Karen. I'm just trying to understand your viewing. It seems very balanced. I'm just trying to understand where you stand, because you'll speak to one gooner, loads on my channel, and some are sacrifice no matter what, go and get it done. And there are others at the other end saying, no, I don't want to rush it. It should be the #1 target only. Summer we can wait. I'm just interested to know what, with Wave a Magic Wand, would you take the risk, or would you rather wait until the summer so they can within a pre-season?
That is a triple kill.
In terms of winning a trophy and short-term vision and what I want as a fan, because I'm so sick of waiting, yeah, go and sign a big player, please. I'm sick of and tired of talking about transfers and them not materialising, for sure, especially strikers. In terms of a business, I think it's probably better planning to do things properly. Don't rush into a deal that, you're not even 100% about. How do we fit a player who isn't the profile that we're looking for in after people start coming back from injury?
That's the point, Q. I think that's a brilliant point, mate. I really do, man. I think the well-run clubs, and I count Arsenal as one of them, don't fucking panic. And people will maybe look at this and say, oh, you haven't got the balls for the fight, or your aspirations aren't high enough. But well-run clubs don't panic, you know what I mean? And you see clubs who are struggling, who go out and try and fix things. Like if Arsenal end up signing 2 or 3 players in a panic mode, that squad's just bloated, and then everybody's unhappy, and then all this happens, and then it's all flushed down the toilet for what? For potential short-term gain.
I know the way to go.
And the thing is, I'm here for the short-term game. I'm literally come on, we're more than 2 decades in for this title. The wait it's becoming painful, but I get it, because what they're trying to do, even though I do think that they've made a few mistakes, that happens. Like every transfer is a risk. Along the way, made a couple of errors, a few errors. Sometimes I wonder if they've got the right person in charge of doing this.
Then how much do you hold Arteta accountable if you don't sign someone and you end up not winning anything? Because a lot of fans have been saying if you don't win anything in this season, he's got to go. It's been too long. Will be his 5th year or something without winning something. So a lot of people, that's their opinion. Like, is that a fair opinion? Even if you base off you don't sign anyone, because he's still got.
I guess it depends on whether you think that the board are fully backing him, and I know that there's a sort of conversation to be had about that on either side. I reckon he's had a lot of money in terms of what Arsenal managers have historically been given, but actually, in comparison with the rest of the league, I don't know that we're doing anything different, anything that would really set us apart. Especially with the money coming into the Prem now. So I actually say we're going to see what the board are made of and what they think of him in this window and next. He says the right things in a lot of the...
Quality there, Sim. Quality there, Sim. That was quality.
He says a lot of the right things in press conferences right now. Some of the things he's in public, saying, you know, other teams have you know, I think he knows now that he has to say the right things as well to appease fans slightly, because you know it's undeniable we're creating still a lot of chances. It's just
he was getting a bit tetchy in his presses today.
Oh, he was, wasn't he?
He was getting a bit tetchy and asked about whether he thinks he needs players and stuff. The journalist saying, "You don't agree that you're desperate for players, right?" And he was saying, "I don't agree." What do you mean I don't agree? Where did you get that opinion from? And he was saying, "Yeah, you don't agree. You know, you've got a good team." I was like, "I never said I don't agree." He was like, then he was like, "Well, do you agree?" He's like, "We need players." That's what he was saying. He's getting a bit tetchy with the guy there.
Good stuff. Little towers.
I'm sure he's not. Just like probably Anton.
Yeah, at the same time, though, I'll today. I think Silver at Fulham, Man United manager as well. It's frustrated at some of the questions. Cameron's match today, and I want to talk about the game today. Over and over again about players coming in, players going out. After those couple of days, I think managers really frustrated. The same questions over and over again. With, you know, I've just asked you a question on the show. Well, imagine if every time you came on, I asked the same question. And that's a fair play, because you must get absolutely infuriated. It's hard to about rules of it speaking about other team players and everything else. So yeah, I don't think it's so much frustration with the situation. I think it's the continual head-checking about the same questions that they're not even allowed to bloody answer. If that makes sense. But
hey, Greg, wasn't that your nickname
aside
in high
from
school?
Arsenal, Chelsea are on the brink of agreeing a deal, according to a lot of the reports, for Man United Alejandro Garnacho. Chris, what do you make of that? Because Chelsea fans seem to be fuming about this.
Garnacho to Chelsea.
Yeah.
It seems this is where the problems with PSR are, aren't they? I think it comes down to, like, Manchester United should be able to keep hold of players that they've brought through. I think he's a good prospect, but I don't think he's the finished product yet. And Chelsea have got loads of good prospects in and around their squad and stuff. Like, it would seem mad that Man United and Chelsea do a deal for Garnacho. If we weren't in the PSR world, this deal does not happen. So read into that what you will, like.
Yeah, I understand it.
There's rumours of Nkunku Garnacho going the other way, and I think that would just be a horrific deal if Chelsea were to agree to that. Why would you let go of Nkunku to get someone like Garnacho, and when you've got wingers there like Neto, you've got Madueke, who are much better than someone like Garnacho, and Nkunku, players whose quality don't come around too often. I think they're not even making the best use of him at the moment. I think he's a quality player, and if United were to get hold of him, that would be a brilliant signing for them, and it would really be perfect for Amorim. And that would be, I think, United, because Garnacho doesn't really fit in with what United are trying to do under Amarim, in my opinion. Because I think the best place for Garnacho under Amarim would be a wing back. Because I don't think he's good enough to play in those 10 positions. It's a bit too central for him. So he needs that space out wide. And I don't know if he's got the defensive nous to kind of be a wing back. So that would be the best position for him. And I think Nkunku would just be absolutely perfect there. But for Chelsea, letting go of someone like Nkunku for Garnacho, I don't see that being a good deal for them. I don't see how they're getting plenty of quality there.
I'm a bit concerned about his injury record in the sense of, he's had. I know he's not been out injured, but he's not playing in a lot of overly and highly competitive games. I'm going to go in for this. Probably going to knock me out.
Hello. Oh, 1 second. I got it. There we go. I needed that. I needed that.
I'm waiting for a good 2 weeks on this bloody game. Thank you, GG. Thank you.
I feel like since we've saying that a lot over the last 2 weeks, I needed that. I really needed that.
When I've been dealt what I think's bad hands, I folded, and then my cards have come out. Whenever I've had what looks like a good hand, a good base, I've gone, nothing's happened. But no, I'm not that keen on this, to be honest. If we could get him on loan again, though, but I'm actually not that worried about Garnacho leaving. I think he's a good player, but I'm not sort of sitting there and thinking to myself, top class. It's the end of the world that he goes. I also understand it's something that needs to be fixed, and it's been ignored. I was talking to a few of the financial experts about this. It's not even as simple as the billionaires paying the debt off, because if you pay the debt off, essentially all the profit you can then make from that is deductible under PSR and FFP. So it all has to be paid off by the income of the football club. I'm still trying to clarify with some of the financial experts not answering the question. Very, very strange indeed. Yeah, I'm not against it. It's more about who you bring in as a replacement. I think a lot of United fans are panicking about it. But if the replacement comes in and does a better job than Garnacho, those same Man United fans will very, very quickly stop worrying, stop panicking. So, yeah, I'm just kind of keeping my powder down.
Who's the replacement supposed to be?
Well, who we're linked to. So we're linked to Cunha, we're linked to Tyler Diggins, there's Mbomo that we're linked to. And again, it's not even about who those individuals are. If though they come in and do a better job, then I'm kind of relaxed. I'm just not gonna. What I'm not gonna do with everything my club's got going on is every single decision. I'm not gonna just sort of panic and over criticize and show my ass for every single decision that's made. I'm gonna just kind of stay a little more relaxed, really.
Terry, can I ask you a question? Sorry, mate. Can I ask you a question, Terry? So, like, obviously, Amarin hasn't had the best start to life as Manchester United manager and all that type of stuff. Obviously, there'll be pressure on him. Do you think Manchester United are in it with Amarim for the long term, regardless of results this season?
Tower might need a little attention.
They said they are. So I'm going to take the new regime and the new people in charge at their word. And this is the thing and I've not been happy, as I said on other shows, about every single decision that's been made by the new ownership. However, at the same time, I'm just not going to panic about everything. I think it's the analogy I gave yesterday is it's like going into home base and buying some seeds to grow a lemon tree, and essentially every day staring at the pot of dirt after you plant the seed and seeing the lemon tree. And I think that Man United fans, there are things to criticise, absolutely, but in terms of are they in this for the long haul, will they build a brilliant footballing team? Because I said it a few weeks ago, and I stand by it. Regardless of good, bad, or indifferent decisions the owners are making, we all know that 90% of the fans, if we're winning trophies, will no longer care or talk about the bad things they have or haven't done. It will all be about that we're winning. The problem is, we just don't know what we don't know. Yes. And I find it really hard to invest negative energy every day, panicking about whether or not it's going to work. I think we just need to give it a little bit of time. And it doesn't mean I agree with every single decision, but I just feel there's a lot of over-analysing of every single step of the way, if that makes sense. So it's almost like I've said before, if we get rid of Garnacho and we bring in Cunha and he's amazing and he's scoring goals and we're looking brilliant, no one's going to care. Like, no one's really going to care at Man United if we improve as a football team. And
look at how he died.
Yes, so from my perspective, I'm just sort of, I'm kind of relaxed about it.
Because my concern for United is not really a concern, is that like if they've moved this to the back system,
your hope,
you get it. But like if they've moved to this 3 at the back system and they think that Amarim's the one, that changes their long-term planning. It changes the transfers. It's a big pivot from a 4 at the back. Like, they've got to fully invest in Amarin, and if he just doesn't get results, and he can't get results, then what the hell are they going to do? Because they're going to change pretty much everything to suit him, and then probably get him 4 at the back manager in and change it all back again, which doesn't sound like a well-run club to me.
Yeah, I mean, again, I've heard a lot of people talk about that. I'm not particularly, for 300, I might as well go in on this. Oh, thank you. Again, you look at the sort of profiles. The only player so far that we're looking like we're going to get is young Patrick Dogu, who can play as a wing back. He can play as a full back. He can play as a right-sided attacker. So 30 million euros has been... So we're probably going to end up paying around 30 million euros for him, 30 to 35 million euros, which, I mean, look, it's the City that get a lot of praise. Spent about 30 million on a player just as young who hasn't even played in Europe yet. So again, I think this is going at a great price.
Middle
tower. When you look at him predictably and where he plays in play in a different big position. So I do get your point. If we build a squad, if we buy a centre back who can only play in a back 3, and then we get rid of Amarim and we bring somebody in that cannot play a back 3 as a manager, then I'll criticize it. The problem I have is that until that happens, I just don't see because we could apply that logic to a lot of teams and a lot of clubs. Well, what if Liverpool have just spent £100 million on a player? What if under the next manager that guy's not suited?
Wait, I wish Liverpool had spent £100 million on a player.
But you get my point. We could apply that logic to most clubs.
Yeah, but Manchester United have just done it with the sporting director. The one that they chased for months and months, sat him on gardening leave. You are looking at something that has just happened.
Yes, I understand that, but Liverpool have been well run for a long time and I give them praise. But in between Edwards leaving and Edwards coming back, you hired new sporting directors that then didn't last very long. Mistakes happen, and I just think that I understand them being questioned, and I've called them out and I've condemned them as well. The only thing I'm not doing is overanalyzing and panicking at every single decision, because I just feel really and truly to worry about all these things. And it's a fair challenge, it's a fair shot, and it might end up coming through. But I think because we're at the beginning of a very long and difficult process of fixing a club, and I did tweet about this yesterday. No one, I've been calling a lot of this stuff out for years, financial black holes, Wrexham are going in, all the things the Glazers are doing. And most of the time I was told, don't blame the Glazers, they spend loads of money. Don't blame the Glazers, they don't pick the team. But now that we're seeing almost the problems they created laid bare, everybody suddenly wants to talk about my ownership. And I'll be honest, and I don't even want to sound rude, I'm at a point where if you weren't interested in talking about the owners of Man United for the last 19 years, people in my community on the terrace, I've said to them, I'm not that interested in talking to you guys about it now. And you told me to shut the fuck up for the best part of 8 years when I was trying to speak about this problem. So I just find it a little bit convenient. Suddenly, everybody cares about how we're operating and how we're run. I find it to be very performative, to say the least.
Do you think there's a bit of Amarin kind of regretting this mid-season? Because he's in press conferences saying we're the worst Man United side, like that in recent years. He's reportedly punching TV screens in the dressing room. He was at a sporting side doing well in the Champions League. They've beaten Man City 4-1. They're looking to qualify. They're looking to challenge for another league title. They're probably going to win the league again. And now he's coming to this shit show where you're basically all over the place. He's losing games every single week. He's, potentially, if things go even worse, if things get bad, he could potentially get out of a job, and all of a sudden his reputation's taken a massive hit. Do you reckon there's what we're seeing at the moment? There's that frustration about this mid-season move. Maybe he's starting to think, should I have actually?
I think there's some frustration. Do I believe that he regrets it? No. I don't think he's sitting there going, I should not have made this move. he wanted to come in the summer as opposed to mid-season. It was his personal preference.
That's my point. Mid-season as opposed to the summer.
But yeah,
waiting.
It is what it is. Listen, him punching a screen and getting angry in the dressing room, I'm all for that. I think I don't. Again, I just don't look at these things as being overly abnormal for teams. I always remember when there was that fight between Balotelli and another player in the City team, and the media tried to do this whole like, oh my God, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Only for loads of pro footballers to go, this happens at training every week, but you're making a big deal for it. Man United are not doing this place. They're changing how we play in the middle of the season. Should have started it a lot. But there's always going to be this ups and downs and this ups in the road. The manager, this is the thing. Everything's gone on the pitch.
It sounds like the first time.
No, not really. Not really.
I just think the same thing.
Not really. I think everything that's happened on the pitch in the last 2 months, go back and watch the first 2 interviews the manager did for Man United. I'm sure none of you actually sat there and watched it. Go and watch it. Everything that's happened, he said would happen. He said there's going to be some great weeks, and there has been. He said there's going to be some weeks, whilst we're changing everything, where we get exposed and embarrassed, and we have to ride that storm out together. So for me, I listened to what he said, and I believed him in the beginning. And everything, we don't know which games are going to be good, which games are going to be bad. But that's why I'm just not panicking, because everything he said would happen is. You listen to the Sporting fans. This happened in the first 6 months he was there. I'm just not impressed about it. I'm gonna great now. Look at that, 3 of a kind.
Oh wow,
I'm enjoying it. But on Chelsea, a lot of their fans are saying if you're going to get £60 million on a player, it should be on a bagsman, a really good goal scorer, a better goalkeeper. It strikes me as strange that again we don't have another kid as opposed to bringing in more experienced players.
I don't think he starts today. I think he's the guy to come into replace Mudryk in terms of squad numbers. I don't think he's better than Sancho.
How long is Mudryk out for with this ban?
4 years apparently. 4
years?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh my God, they signed him to a 10-year...
Yeah, they reckon there's a good chance. They reckon there's a good chance it could get negotiated down like Pogba's did, but Garnacho is not a better player for me than Sancho or Neto or Nkunku. So 60, 70 million pounds, you got an you got an Osimhen in Turkey who would come in and make them contenders for me. And I don't know why no one's signing him. Like, does Garnacho massively improve Chelsea's squad? For me, no. But on United's side of things, he doesn't fit their system properly. He is an academy player, isn't he? So it'll be 100% profit. So it makes a lot of sense. If you can get 60, 70 million pound for a guy that doesn't fit the system and his profit, I don't see why not. And then that United can address what they actually need. But Chelsea, nah. I don't even think he starts for Spurs. Nah, actually, no, it's a bit far. That's a bit far. Now he does start for Spurs, but man, what is it with his poor hands? Yeah, like I don't think they should be spending 70 million pounds or 60 million pounds on him.
Yeah, I've never really seen it that much with Garnacho. I just don't see the need.
He's a moments player.
I think he's he's got a lot of pace. He's very direct. He goes at people. He loses the ball a lot, but he'll also come out on top in a lot of scenarios. But I just don't see how him going to Chelsea changes anything for them, really. I don't see the improvement there. And in terms of signing a striker, they got Nkunku and they've got Jackson there, who are both, for me, 2 good players. If you can't make it work with those 2 strikers as your players, then that's not the issue there. I think for me, they need a bit more depth in midfield. They've got Caicedo, Enzo. They need one more player in midfield, and I think defenders. That's the big problem for them. They're just not great at the back.
Who's got the flush?
6,000 in the pot.
Oh, no flush.
Kings.
Boom, boom.
Terry is.
Let's go, baby. Right,
Terry.
come on now.
He's gonna start bullying now. That's what Terry.
any chance I can get a decent hand?
Yeah, it's tough when the blinds go up as well. When you're on low,
the blinds are starting to go up as well, aren't they? So it's yeah,
could be in trouble here. Yeah, I think this might be it for Hugh. This might be it, I feel.
Unless he's got
a
5 and a 9.
I mean, why didn't you go all in there, Hugh?
Wow. Oh, there's could be a split pot, surely.
Unless someone's got a pocket 6s or something. Bye-bye.
I can't
I had to
believe
take you out. I had to take you out this week. I had to take him out this week.
I wouldn't want to be in that middle tower this moment.
In fairness, I've had 4 or 5 blinders in a row, to be fair.
Jeez, he's absolutely
So,
rocketing up.
Wow, that was crazy. Hey, how have we got like nearly an hour into this stream and not spoken, by the way, about how Tottenham Hotspur have been?
We gotta win, there's nothing to talk about. We gotta win 3 points.
Farewell, middle barracks.
We've tasted victory is sweet.
I'm sorry to say the bottom tower is now a casualty of this battle. Dire story has been
Lovely.
It was a painful second half.
Come on, 3 points in a European game, never easy. We have 5 teenagers on the pitch by the end of the game.
Keep a lookout, Liga creeps on the horizon.
Great determination.
Explain their usual lack of imagination.
But I win with a pair of 5. Come on!
What about the game at the weekend, though, Sim?
Your middle tower is
Never in game or something, was it?
Was there a game of the week? I don't remember.
Relegation.
Your middle tower is fallen.
So look, and I'll completely accept that. I think he went to a back 3, it backfired. I think it was a stupid idea, to be honest, because he's admitted that Tottenham at the moment aren't spending too much time spending time recovering at the moment.
Did he say how long that's been happening for, Sim?
What?
Did he say how long you've not been training for? Because it could be a while, mate.
Yeah, I mean, probably like 2 months, I would say. But we literally, because we've got so few players, we've literally got 11 or 12 fit players at the moment. They've just been spending the time recovering, and they don't really have time to do tactical setups and all these different things.
Oh, hang on. Chris has gone all in here.
I've had to.
Chris has gone all in.
Got to, haven't you?
Is Emery going to bottle it? Is he going to be Spursy? Oh, he's not in! Oh, he's got 7. Oh!
Oh!
What's the last one going to be? What's it going to be?
Don't be
imagine it's an ace.
Don't be an ace or a jack. Get in.
Hey, bye, Emery.
And Henry's gone.
Well, I ain't bottom anymore, which is nice. You're right down the bottom, Henry, I'd say.
What's happened there? Oh, here we go. You can probably explain to us now whether you are Anjin or Anjal then, Henry.
Oh, silly question. Yeah, I'm still Anjal, but I will. You know, you've got to give credit for winning away in Europe, albeit it was against a poor side. But like Sim said, injuries are depleting us. In terms of the Leicester game, if we give them 20 attempts, Jamie Vardy will at least score 3 of them. We can't. I understand that I understand it's a massive game last night for us in terms of our European qualification hopes to get through to the next round. But it was like the players were just reserving energy at that point. As soon as we got that second goal, it was like, right, that is it. Just see the game out now, which is okay. But
waiting on a straight as well. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, no, both on a straight with the same card. That's brilliant. Sorry.
When I look at the Leicester game, you know, they're fighting for their lives, and if for whatever reason we don't win that game, after the Elfsborg game, our run of fixtures is horrible. Brentford away, Villa away, and Liverpool away, back to back to back. And at the moment, we're trying to sign Brian Bobby from Ajax, who's got 1 goal in 18 games. We might as well go and get Calvert-Lewin.
Is he a striker?
Yeah, we don't
buy strikers from the Dutch
Scoring
league.
goals is not our weakness. We need to keep them out and actually get a bit of stability in the midfield. I don't understand why Kulusevski played another 90 minutes.
Well played.
7 90 minutes in a row.
Well played, Sim.
What were his other options? Is Johnson on the bench?
No, but
He's
someone
injured.
like Son, for instance, could have played a 90 because Kulu for me is the most important part of our team. He's the one this season who's been the shining light, putting in 7, 8 out of 10 performances every single week. If he gets an injury, I lose hope right now of us actually turning this around. He's the one I look at and just think that when he's on it, there's a chance we can actually do something. Like, for instance, Lancashire should have come on earlier. Pedro Porro and Kulu are being running around because we don't have decent cover. Archie Gray now in his professional career. Sorry?
We ended the game with 5 teenagers.
I know. And that's when you got to look at the board and go, what are Daniel Levy and Enid keep coming out saying they're behind Ange, he's the guy, they're going to back him. Then prove it and go and actually fucking buy some players. Because what we're doing at the moment is ridiculous.
I agree. It's a disgrace. This window has been a disgrace. We've known since the beginning of December that this injury crisis wasn't going to let up probably until the beginning of March time. And we haven't started basically looking at players and signing players. We should have done this right at the beginning of the window. We shouldn't have waited until the end. Let's be honest, if we only wait to the end of the window, the damage could already be done for our season. We could be out of all the cups. We could literally mine in relegation. We don't get any players through the door. And they knew this from the beginning of September. And that is a disgrace on the board of the club's part. Because this isn't something that something that we knew was going to happen. That we knew that was the situation. That was allowed it.
Sim, do you not think... Sorry to cut you off. Do you not think the amount of injuries we are getting is a little bit... Something's clearly going on in our medical department. Like, I said this last week, and when you throw in the extra injuries we've got now, Solanke being out for longer than before, we've had more injuries since the start of last season than any team in the Premier League. And the injury when they're first actually getting quote unquote injured, when they finally, when the news finally comes out, they're out for stupid time. Romero should have been back at the beginning of the month. There now reports coming out that he's not back till mid-February. Van der Ven's in training, won't be fit until mid-February. But when Alistair Gold first dropped the news, it was only supposed to be a couple of weeks. What the fuck are our medical team doing? Like, what is going on there?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the big problem with our season is injuries is that the players are getting re-injured. So Romero, Van der Ven, Odegaard, Ben Davies, who else came back? There's, I think, another one as well. About 5 of our players have come back from injury. Richarlison, that was it. So 5 of our players have got injured, been out for like a few weeks, come back, and then within one game, got immediately re-injured. And for me, I think that has to be down to the medical team. How the medical team allowing these players to come back onto the pitch and calling them fit, and then within one game they're getting injured again, and getting injured for long periods. And that's why Tottenham have restructured the medical team in the last few weeks. They've got a new head of medical, they've got a new conditioning head of conditioning as well. They've decided that they've held accountability for it, and they've decided that that's going to be the decision they take. And I think that's the right decision, because when you've got players coming back from injury and they're immediately going down, that means you haven't done the right things. When, in my opinion, when you're kind of preparing them for a return, or when you're getting them to recover from injury. And for me, that has to be on the medical team. They have to take responsibility for that. And I know Conte, I know Mourinho, they all complained about the medical team. They were all had big reservations about the medical team. I think that's well documented. And I think they have to take responsibility for the shit show that we're in. And
Sim, do you think we'll beat Leicester?
Do I think we'll beat Leicester?
Bearing in mind it's going to be the same team that played last night. We'll then have to play another full 90 against Leicester.
I think we'll scrape it. I think Leicester, I know we're awful, but they've lost 7 in a row and they're getting battered every week. So I've just got a feeling it'll be like a 2-1. We're just about to scrape over the line. But that's the situation we're in. We've got to take any point we can. We just can't get back into any sort of relegation or anything like that. We have to just avoid that situation at all costs. So I think we will just about get the win over the line on...
You guys think we can beat Leicester?
Yeah. Leicester are worse than you. Come on now.
Yeah, but do you not think they'll be coming... I think we'll get past, like some straight past. But do you not think they'll be coming to our ground with their towers up thinking, hang on, this lot are on their knees. They've got their injury crisis.
Yeah, but they're on their knees.
Yeah, exactly. But it gives them hope, thinking we can get something.
I know. I didn't. I can see a draw. I can see a draw.
Head for the quarry!
I couldn't reach him, bro. I had no mana. Well, I couldn't reach him. I didn't have my dash. I didn't have any mana, bro. No, he was a half mile away. It is. I didn't have my dash either, which is I've said 3 times. I'm not gonna get boost. Well,
humiliation.
Head for the quarry! Unstoppable! Coming in! Now I see what they want. They're attacking the bottom tower! No more bottom tower, my friend. It's gone. We've destroyed their middle tower. Onward! Rockfall coming! So I shan't speak of it anymore.
4 kills! This just in. An Ultra Killer is on the loose in Dota Forest headquarters. Is that a rampage? Is that a double kill? And yep, check out, that was a double kill. Triple kill. The win goes to the
Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Though wise men at their end, no dark is right, because their words had fought no lightning they. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
Hajime no Ippo is a boxing anime about my man's named Ippo. At first he lame as hell. He get bullied all the time, but he frees up whenever he get confronted. He not a bad kid though. He honest and he hard working. We don't know where his dad is at, so we help his moms out running a family fishing rental business, the boating business. They do something. We see that bro works so hard that he can't even make time for making friends cause he's always working. His classmates inviting him to go out to the movies. He like, I gotta work. And then they like, oh, I done asked him last week. He always working. What is he doing? One day, on his way home, he getting pushed around by these 3 doodle brown shirt bullies. 60 overalls, the basic archetype. Literally 2 of them got brown shirts on, so I ain't even joking about that one. They saying he look ugly, this nigga smell bad, and they just kick bro down a hill. That's crazy, bro. Kicking bro down an entire hill, that's insane. You just gotta roll to the bottom. That's crazy. But they kick him down the hill and they just start fucking my mans up for no reason. He laying there all bloody. Then they start talking shit about his moms. That's when he really get mad. He act like he about to tee up. We think he about to see some action. But the King Doodle shirt's like, who you looking at? You gonna do something? And he backs down once again, right? And that's when out of nowhere, some dude in a little jumpsuit pull up. He like, damn, they f you up, little brother. These don't even look that strong for real. And they like, who not that strong? And they go right after him, right? They charge right towards him, but my man's dodges everything with ease. Doodle shirts is like, oh, you might be a little fast, but that don't mean you tough. Then they realizing in the time that he was dodging them, he done stole all the buttons off their shirt. And they got scared and they ran like some little bitches, bro. Like, you can't be acting tough here and there trying to pick on people, but then show no type of backbone. At some point, you gotta stand on 10. But Ippo passes out after witnessing what just happened and wakes up later inside of a boxing gym. Turns out the dude that saved him brought him here to patch up his wounds, but then tell him to get the fuck on. This ain't no place for little like him. He said he hate bullies, but he hates anybody who just let themselves get bullied without putting up a fight. He can't stand it. So Ippo starts crying, walking away. The exact type of person that he don't like, but he like, all right, bro, if you annoyed enough to start crying, go ahead and do this, right? Go ahead and take your anger out on this punching bag. You'll feel better. So he draw up a picture of a King Doodle shirt and throw him on the punching bag, and he tell Ippo to give it a punch. The first hit is low-key trash, but he give Ippo some pointers, and then my man's hits a crazy punch on the bag. He punches so hard that his knuckles start bleeding. I ain't never seen some type of shit like this. So while he taping him up, we find out Ippo actually kinda buff, cause he gotta do all this lifting and exercise for his family's business. So Takamura, the dude that saved him, is like, man, if you want shit to stay the same, then fuck it, go ahead. But just in case, take these 2 videotapes and return them whenever you want, and sends them home.
I already have a +3 JD. I have a +3 already. I have a +3 with spirit, so I ain't gonna get nothing better at this level. I only need to be doing that for scepters within the end game. Halo 1v1 in the hot tub stream. Sarah thinks she wants to 1v1 me, but she doesn't. It's not going to end well. You have money on Sarah for the Halo 1v1? Where is he? Okay, I got him cursed. Now I will go over here. My minions are not attacking him. I need you to attack the boss minions. Not all the ads. You slammed plus... Wait. You slammed plus 5 minion levels into a scepter and gave it to someone for free. I mean, that is possible to do, but isn't plus 5 minion levels only 80... eye level 81, which is, like, very, very rare. You would have had to have found a possible scepter in a T17, and then you slammed the highest tier prefix and then gave it away for free. It's 80, not 81. I thought it was 81. It's 80? Yeah, I know there's a key to direct my minions. Is it A or something? Is it 80 or is it 81? That actually matters a lot. It actually makes a huge difference. Okay, I'm getting both answers. Like, we have to actually know. Does anybody in chat on a rare scepter have plus 5 minion? I mean, I could actually just figure it out instantly. Actually, I don't need I can figure it out instantly. It's very simple. We just go to the trade site and I just see if it exists. Okay, I can solve this. I can end this debate instantly. Give me a second. We're gonna end the debate right now. So I want a scepter. I want the item level to be max 80, and I want minion skills to be 5. Search. Does not exist. 81. It's 81. I just answered the question. 81. It's not 80. So that means 81 is T17. You found the appropriate scepter in a T17 or higher, and then exalted plus 5 minion skills and then gave it away for free. I mean, it's possible, but that sequence of events is...
The Champions League is now one match away from coming to its conclusion. So you have now joined the Champions League recap show. Means you probably got baited a little bit. But whatever I put in the thumbnail is definitely something I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about. Let's be honest, I probably put Manchester City in the thumbnail. I think that's where that's where we'd want to go with this. But we're at least going to touch on every single result, so if you weren't paying attention or you didn't know the full picture of what happened, this video is going to help you out with that. Wow, this is like the most organized video we've ever done on this channel. Let's not ruin it. Atalanta against Sturm Graz was the first match. Well, at least one of the matches in the opening window. Atalanta with a 5-0 win. Sturm Graz, I'm be honest. Austrian champions, right? They stunned Salzburg in the last Austrian season. They have not had a very inspiring Champions League run. Because of the nature of the standings of this whole thing, you're able to stay alive for a while, but Sturm Graz has lost 6 of their 7 matches. Their only wins over Girona, who's also had an absolutely terrible tournament, so not a surprise Atalanta was able to pick up the win. It was a win that Atalanta desperately needs if they're going to finish top 8 as well, because their final match is against Barcelona. And going up against Barca, they're one of the 2 teams that has a chance to win the group. That doesn't guarantee anything, but maybe good news for Atalanta. Barcelona is one of the 2 teams in the entire table that is mathematically guaranteed to finish in the top 8. which means there's actually nothing left for them to play for. They're going to skip the playoff round, be seeded for the last 16, and that could give Atalanta the chance to pick up at least a draw, but probably going to need a win to get up to 17 points. So with a win, they're guaranteed through. With a draw, they're on 15, and like all these teams would have to pick up wins to kind of jump over them. But what a performance from Atalanta. Again, one of those clubs that just plays Football Manager in real life. I say again because I feel like I say that in every video that I talk about Atalanta with. Monaco and Aston Villa. Very, very interesting match here. Monaco needed the 3 points to have a chance at the top 8. Aston Villa could have put itself in a commanding position to get a top 8 finish, but they lost. Wilfred Singo, he scores the early goal, and despite the fact that they whipped out their John Duran, which we know can be a big deal in the second half, nothing happened for Villa. So now they're both basically sitting right next to each other going into their last match. Villa's got Celtic, another team that's guaranteed to be through. They are guaranteed in the playoff, but Celtic, with a win, could get top 8. There's a whole lot of shuffling that could go on. There's a lot of tiers to this as well, just so you understand. If you finish 16-9, you are seeded for the playoff round, so that's technically better. As far as I understand it, you get your second match at home, and you're allegedly playing the worst teams, even though it looks like the PSG, potentially Man City, and potentially Real Madrid will be down in the unseeded teams category, so you could be a seeded team that gets to play one of those sides, which would suck. If you're Aston Villa or Monaco, you're going into this final match, and Monaco's playing against Inter, who's basically 1 point away from guaranteeing a top 8 finish, but is probably in the top 8 with a loss anyways. Monaco and Villa are playing to get out of that. They're playing to get into the top 8, in which case they would be into the round of 16, seeded for the round of 16, ready to rock and roll. Villa could have put, oh man, Villa. If they'd won this, they'd be on 16 points and on the same level as Inter right now with a solid goal difference. This is a bitter pill to swallow for Aston Villa that they fumbled this one. Atletico Madrid and Bayer Leverkusen. Madrid had a terrible start to this tournament, but they've managed to turn it around, and this was a huge result for them because they were down a goal and a man. They were the red card 23rd minute. Pierre Hincapi scoring in the right before halftime for Bayer Leverkusen. Type of match that Leverkusen would not have blown last year. And Bayer Leverkusen now is staring up at Atletico Madrid, which is unbelievable. Atletico Madrid has won 4 consecutive matches against PSG, Sparta Prague, Slovan Bratislava, and Bayer Leverkusen to now go clear into the top 8. That shows you how quickly things can change. Because after the first 3 matches, they had 1 win in 3. They were looking bad. Now they are looking everything but bad. Bayer Leverkusen is the sorting hat team. Their final match is going to be against Sparta Prague, though. So you can pencil, not pen, but pencil Bayer Leverkusen in the top 8 if they can win against Sparta Prague, unless they, get out goal differenced by somebody pretty dramatically here. They're going to be through. Bayer Leverkusen's got a 90-something% chance of finishing top 8 if they win that match, and they've got a 90-something% chance of winning that match. I don't feel like doing the rest of the math. There was Bologna against Dortmund. The Sandwich beat their German opposition 2-1, and a result that for them still doesn't matter based off results that happened elsewhere. Bologna they're out. They have no chance to make it into the top 24, even though they've got 4 points from their last 2, which makes this just a very disappointing result for Dortmund, who had 12 points after 5 matches and now have 12 points after 7, dropping out of the top 8 and potentially going into their last match with Shakhtar Donetsk. We gotta be honest, they're going to be at a similar level that Bologna's at. Could fall out of the top 16, in which case they would be an unseeded team going into the playoff round. If they win, they could still flip it around and finish in the top 8. There is a lot of mobility when you consider that everything highlighted here is within 1 point. From 18 to 8 is all within 1 point. So it's there. And Dortmund's got one of the easier matches that could have. Shakhtar Donetsk is playing for something technically they need basically to win by 5 goals mathematically, which they're going into this match knowing that's probably not going to happen. So Dortmund's, hopefully for them, going to be able to take advantage of that. Then there's Club Brugge and Juventus. This was a nice Club Brugge is unbeaten in its last 19. That's a really fun fact in all competitions. And as a result, they put themselves in position to make it through to the knockouts. They are still going to be playing, hell for leather going into this last match. The problem for Club Brugge is their final match is Manchester City. And if Man City beats Club Brugge, they would jump ahead of them going into the knockouts. Now, Club Brugge is guaranteed to go through. Mathematically speaking, Club Brugge is guaranteed to go through because the only 2 teams that can catch them on points are City and Dinamo Zagreb. So this draw against Juventus is huge. It also hurts Juventus down. It's basically a missed opportunity for them, considering they're going into their final match of this against Benfica, who's playing technically for survival. Any one of these teams, Benfica, PSG, Sporting, or Stuttgart, they're all uncomfortable with Man City and Dinamo Zagreb because they can get outpointed by those 2 teams. So Benfica's got a lot to play for. Juventus needs a lot of help to get into the knockouts. It's still there. But boy, they wish they could have that was 3-2 to PSV. Bit of a weird game. PSV scored 3 in the first half. Fairman had a couple of assists, including one that he got from a corner where he was being pelted by snowballs, and that went viral. And PSV gets a red card on a bird, Flamingo, here, and they give up 2 goals, and Red Star nearly manages to pull off the giant comeback, only stopped by the fact they brought in the American Ricardo Pepi in the 86th minute. That's what kept PSV safe. But the Dutch teams have given a decent showing, and PSV's win puts them in 19th. And does guarantee that they will be in the playoff round of the Champions League. So that's great news for them. They're going up against Liverpool in the last match, so they really needed this win. It was clutch that they held on to it. Red Star was out before this match. They're just playing for pride going into their final match, which will be against Young Boys. So that is a winning opportunity. Young Boys and Slovan Bratislava are the only 2 teams without a point in the competition after 7 matches. And speaking of Liverpool, they did win. Mo Salah, then Harvey Elliott after a red card to Lille. Lille's been great in this competition, but they have slowly faded out of the top 8, and now they're out of it. They are looking up at Bayer Leverkusen, Atalanta, AC Milan, Atletico Madrid as teams that they could catch, and their final match is against Feyenoord, the team right next to them. So that's basically a 6-pointer. Whoever wins that match has a chance at the top 8. But a disappointing fall for Lille, who started this competition getting wins over teams like Real Madrid. In the final match of the opening day was Stuttgart against Slovan Bratislava. Stuttgart had to win this match, and they did. Slovan, of course, on 0 points still, and Stuttgart is now the team keeping Manchester City out. Their final match is against PSG, though, which that's a bit of a sorting hat match, and it opens an opportunity for Man City. It means mathematically the worst case scenario for Man City is Stuttgart and PSG draw, I guess, and then they're both on 11 points, and Man City needs to win regardless. But the good news is because PSG and Stuttgart are playing each other and kind of working this out in real time here, Manchester City will go through if they win. No doubt about it, they will go through if they win against Club Brugge. But Club Brugge is unbeaten in their last 19. The piece de resistance of the opening day, though, was Benfica against Barcelona. This game was fucking wild, right? I had people all over my mentions about, refereeing controversy. Certainly looked like the guy in Benfica was fouled leading up to Barcelona's final goal. But to be honest, my initial take from this match, and watching the extended highlights of this match, I wasn't able to watch it live, was this is just one of those games where you go to the park, and by the time it ends, you basically you feel like
Here
you've
we
lived
go.
9 lives,
Yes.
right?
Are you ready?
So many different things have happened. Benfica had a 3-1 lead at halftime, then 3-2,
The battle is
then
ours.
4-2, then
Victory
4-3,
is assured.
then 4-4, and then
This one
Rafinha.
is
I mean,
in the bag.
like the goals that were being scored, the goalkeepers were terrible, and these are two goalkeepers that have serious pedigree. There was one goal that Rafinha scored, this goal to make it 3-2, and Trubin just, it was like a goal kick that hit Rafinha in the back, and for some reason, again, he'd been working out or something, it went off and like it hit a wall and just right into the corner. I mean, you couldn't do it if you tried to recreate it 100 times for a YouTube video. It was just a complete freak game where, of course, the final goal, there's just a dog pile in the box because Benfica's trying to score the winner, and then all of a sudden it kicks free. And
30 seconds until we are
he's turned
tested
into
by
a better
combat.
player than you would have thought. Scores the goal that all of a sudden gives Barcelona the guaranteed spot through. And Benfica, if they'd won that match, they would have had a legitimate opportunity to try to push for the top 8. But now they are still not technically safe, right? If Dinamo Zagreb and Manchester City both win, Benfica loses, there's a real chance Benfica could go out. But who do they play? Juventus again. They're playing for all sorts of positional things, whether it be top 8 or being a seeded team or whatever is going to end up happening. That brings us to the Wednesday. RB Leipzig beats Sporting. This is a huge miss for Sporting because RB Leipzig in their first 6 matches had lost every single one of them. I don't know what's going on with them. They're having a perfectly fine year up to their expectations in the Bundesliga. They're in Champions League positions. They were last time I checked. Right? But they have not been able to do anything in the Champions League. They were already out. Sporting's just trying to become safe, but they've lost to Arsenal, they lost to Club Brugge, and now they've lost to RB Leipzig. Emery, I mean, honestly, the team he left is doing poorly, the team he joined is doing poorly. It's just a bad day to be associated with Emery in general. Then Sporting's in the same position as Benfica. They go out in that last match, and they lose to Bologna, and Man City and Dinamo Zagreb both win. That could knock them out. Even if it's just Manchester City, Stuttgart PSG draw, Benfica gets a win, Manchester City would then trade spots with Sporting, eliminating a team that was like comfortably in the top 8 at one point in this competition. I mean, this is a horrific loss just based off the standings going around. It is not, however, a horrific loss based off the talent of the two teams. You honestly maybe say RB Leipzig based off domestic performance so far this season. Maybe RB Leipzig would be the favorite. Just in this competition, they certainly weren't. Thierry Henry's favorite team, Brest, lost 2-0 to Shakhtar Donetsk, who are basically already out. Brest, of course, one of the teams that was a surprise in the top 8 at periods in this Champions League run. They are now they're going into the final match with a chance to play in Real Madrid.
First blood.
Who also has a chance to try and backdoor a spot in the top 8. That is a top 8 6-pointer. 16 points to give yourselves a chance. But it looks like Stade Brestois is going to end up where everybody would have assumed they were going to end up, which is playoff from 9 to 20. AC Milan and Girona was a bit of a one-season wonder last year. AC Milan able to take care of business, trying to get themselves a top 8 finish. They are absolutely rocking. They put together 5 wins after losing their first 2 matches. Shout out to them and Captain America. Arsenal beat Dinamo Zagreb. This was the gravy match. For Arsenal for Dinamo Zagreb coming into this. They knew they probably needed to win one of their last 2. The last one was against AC Milan. None of it was going to be easy, but Dinamo Zagreb needs to win that match in order to get into the knockouts. Arsenal, this very taking care of business kind of performance. You get a second-minute goal, control the match from there. Congratulations. And also congratulations to Celtic, who are in the Champions League knockouts for the first time in over 10 years. One of the big clubs in Europe that kind of had its heyday a while ago, but it's trying to battle its way back in. Well, they've gone unbeaten, as you can see, in their last 5 in the win over Young Boys. It was hard fought. I mean, it's not like Celtics out here overwhelming teams with talent. It was an 86th minute own goal at home against Young Boys out of Switzerland. But it's enough, right? And they are guaranteed through on 12 points. Final match against Aston Villa, who's going to be coming in hungry. If Celtic wins it, they technically have a shot to finish top 8. They are not out of that yet. But Aston Villa, I would make big favorites for that because they have an even better chance to go through. Feyenoord, Bayern Munich.
May it please you.
Yeah. This was an FMing. I mean, it obviously was an FMing. It was They got out XG'd, not by a ton. They got outshot 30-8, and Bayern Munich had 80% possession. But sometimes every dog has their day, and this was Feyenoord's day, and they win 3-0, and they stun Bayern Munich. And I mean, Feyenoord's ahead of Bayern Munich in the table now after that insane win, and they play Lille. And if they win that match, they will have an unbelievable backdoor opportunity to get into the top 8. For Bayern Munich, they basically fumbled it. They had their wins coming in. They've been on the run. They beat Benfica, they beat PSG, they beat Shakhtar. And their final match is coming against Slovan Bratislava, so that's a match that Bayern Munich is very likely to win. They could have guaranteed themselves a position in the top 8 if they just hadn't been absolutely smacked around by Feyenoord. So when they're dragged into the playoff here, if they're dragged into the playoff here, just remember the reason they're there is because this match against Feyenoord. Real Madrid against Salzburg. Salzburg didn't even win Austria last year. They've been on the downswing. This is not the team that was making Champions League's rounds of 16s. They've got one win in this whole competition. Weirdly enough, it was against Feyenoord. But Real Madrid needs a couple of wins in a row to try and get into the top 8. They got their win. We'll see what they can do in their final match against Stade Brestois, where they are definitely going to be big favorites. And Inter beat Sparta Prague. Sparta Prague, one of those happy-to-be-there type teams. Inter takes advantage. Them and AC Milan and Atalanta, 3 Italian teams looking comfortable in the top 8 right now.
5
Atalanta's
seconds
not
remaining.
that comfortable. In Sparta Prague, with their 4 points, technically, if they'd won this match, they would still mathematically be alive. They didn't. They lost. They're out. And that brings us to PSG and Manchester City, which, holy shit, first time in 115 matches or so, which is an ironic number, of course, for Manchester City, that they have taken a 2-goal lead, at least 2-goal lead, and actually blown it and lost. And PSG needed this. This was my favorite match of this entire time because both of these teams are basically in the same situation. They are unthinkably staring at the abyss of not qualifying for the playoff round in the top 24 of this competition. And whoever lost this match was going to be up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. Okay, and PSG, if they'd lost this match, would have been on 7 points. Right, they would have needed a loss from one of these other teams and a win in their final match, which is against Stuttgart, who's also playing for basically the same thing here. It's not like they had Slovan Bratislava waiting for them at the end of the line. And they go down 2 goals, show a ton of heart. Man City falls apart. The crowd in Paris was absolutely amazing. Then that, I'm sure, helped will them on to victory. But Man City's weird inability to actually control and shut down matches has continued and put them in a position where they have to beat Club Brugge on the final day. In PSG, you know, if Man City and Dinamo Zagreb don't win, PSG's through no matter what happens against Stuttgart. But PSG will go into that match as the favorite, and they showed the right stuff. In this match, you go down 2 goals in a match where you are staring into the abyss, and you're able to pull that out and end up, obviously the last goal was kind of a fluky one, but you were able to pull that out 3-2, and then 4-2 with the last second goal. That I was impressed with what the PSG was able to do, and in the possibility of Manchester City not making the knockouts is still alive, well, the possibility of PSG missing out on the knockouts is very fake. They would need to lose to Stuttgart. Okay, and then they would need, you know, there's so many different possibilities, right? But if Benfica loses by more, then they would go below PSG. There's also whatever's going to happen with Sporting, and they're playing against Bologna. Does Dinamo Zagreb win? They're unlikely to win. They're playing AC Milan. But if they do, they throw a wrench in this whole thing and could knock PSG out as well. But if I am a PSG fan, I'm feeling very comfortable. And that is what happened in the Champions League, and the final day is going to be pure chaos. Can't wait.
Leap of faith.
So this whole thing is fucking crazy. Erling Haaland has signed, I mean, I've got the David Ornstein tweet right here, a 9.5-year contract. I'm sure by now you probably know that if you're, you know, unless you live under a rock. He signed a 9.5-year contract. It's going to expire in 2034. He is going to be 33 years old when this contract actually comes to an end. And that is... Look, I thought this was illegal. Am I the only person that was sitting here going,
your
this is
name.
illegal? I mean, it wouldn't be the first time for Manchester City.
The persecution starts now.
Familiar territory, but I legitimately thought this was illegal. I didn't see serious investment. Look at this 9.5-year contract. Didn't we just have Chelsea get nuked by FIFA or UEFA? Or I think it was UEFA. It said basically. Well, I found out the caveat, right? For those people that are in the same camp as me that just had this knee-jerk reaction of, holy shit, how are you giving somebody a 9.5-year contract? Which is the rules that were put in place by UEFA have to do with the actual signing of the player. Like initially, the transfer, the acquisition of the player, because the way that things work in the financial rules of UEFA is, well, if you sign the player for certain amount of money, you can amortize the money over the length of their contract. They're not doing that on Erling Haaland. They've already paid all of the money for the contract in an accounting sense. For his transfer initially from Borussia Dortmund. This is a new contract that they're giving him. And you can give him a contract of unlimited length. As long as he's willing to accept it, it is legal to give him a contract of unlimited length. At least in this particular situation, that's the way it's explained here. As BBC points out with this article, the point of the rule change was to stop the spreading out of transfer fees. You can only spread out the transfer fee over a 5-year period on a contract. But if the guy is already on your team, and you've already, accounting-wise, accounted for the entire transfer fee for somebody like Erling Haaland, you can give them whatever contract you want. Which brings us to the most surprising fact for me. We have to go back to this David Ornstein tweet, because this is something that a lot of people are missing. They're just looking at the length of this contract and maybe the way it was announced. And we're going to get into that because it was definitely corny, but in a fun way. The thing that a lot of people are glancing over, the first thing I thought of when I saw this contract was this was not the original plan when Erling Haaland went to Manchester City. The original plan was he goes to Man City for a few years, plays for his dad's old club, plays for obviously one of the best clubs in the world, scores a ton of goals, proves that he can do it at the very top level. Because as much as people want to throw, soulless club, whatever Manchester City is and has been for the last nearly a decade at the very top level of the sport. If you're able to do it at Manchester City, you can probably do it anywhere else, right? You're playing against Bayern, you're playing against Real Madrid, you're playing for the biggest trophies and the biggest matches and the biggest moments. Obviously, this season they've completely fallen apart now. Pep's holding autograph holders and getting divorced, right? Things have certainly not gone as well. Man City needed to win this year, but it's still that very top level plan. Erling Haaland to get there. Was going to be there for a couple of years. There was a clause that was going to kick in that was going to unlock a release clause that was below his expected value. This is the same thing that happened at Dortmund. His agent, his deceased Mino Raiola, may he rest in agent heaven or hell or wherever the hell they're supposed to go. He's very good. Was very good at negotiating in release clauses. So I go. After a few years. It's why Man City was able to get him for cheap from Dortmund. There was another one of those in his contract at Manchester City. This new contract, according to David Ornstein, gets rid of that. Any exit clauses from previous terms removed. This means that something has changed in Erling Haaland's plan. Maybe he likes playing for Pep Guardiola more than he thought he would. Maybe the way that Kylian Mbappe's tenure at Real Madrid has started off has convinced him that going to Real Madrid is not something that would be the best for his career. Because Real Madrid seems to be suffering from the same thing PSG was suffering from, where you bring in one too many attacking-minded ball hogs, and then all of a sudden everything starts to unravel a little bit, and it's not nearly as good as everybody thought it was going to be. You had Mbappe, Neymar, and Messi. I realize Mbappe is the one thread that ties those both together. I'm not insinuating there's something wrong with Mbappe, just that you can't have a couple of other guys on the same team as Mbappe that have that same mentality. And Real Madrid does at least have one other guy that matches that mentality, and they both play the same position. And I don't know if Erling Haaland wants to jump into that with both feet right now. And Manchester City's waving around a truly monstrous contract. Can you blame the guy for shifting his future plans? Because this contract is beefy, right? There are no actual terms being thrown around, at least yet, right? But the ballpark terms seen from credible sources, we're talking about £500,000 a week. for the entire year. That's 27 million pounds a year, which is kind of hilarious because the average star NBA player makes more than that. The average star baseball player makes more than that. Because in the world of football, they spend so much money on transfer fees, and like the players just end up being underpaid for their actual athletic contribution. It's not a conversation people are willing to have, right? But it is true that Shohei Ohtani, who is the best baseball player on the planet, the Japanese superstar, plays for the LA Dodgers. He's making $700 million over 10 years. Erling Haaland is set to make about $247 million over the length of this contract in pounds. So if you take that to dollars, you're looking at like $300 million over the length of this 9.5-year contract, which is generational wealth. It's stupid amounts of money, right? But more people watch soccer than baseball. More people play soccer than baseball, right? It's just
up highest path.
We're underpaid. That's not the point of this video. I'm sure it'll be the point of a future video. He's kind of underpaid. The big deal for Man City is the removal of previous terms. That doesn't mean that all of the terms are gone, though. Okay, because if you go to AS, which is the Spanish news outlet,
your middle tower is under attack.
Rumble, right? AS says they've got sources that say other clauses have been included in this contract, which lines up with what David Ornstein said, because David Ornstein is an actual journalist, and he worded it correctly. Any exit clauses from previous terms removed. Not all exit clauses are removed. No exit clauses. Previous exit clauses were removed 75 to 100 million, right, where he was going to be available for that, which is well entering his prime right now. The new agent on the scene for Erling Haaland is doing the same thing Mino Raiola did, which means in this contract it sounds like there are release clauses. And even though that there are these release clauses, there seems to be no idea of how much money they are. I would imagine that those release clauses are more expensive than the previous ones. The previous ones in that original Manchester City contract, quite low. They were higher than the Dortmund one, but only by like 25, 30 million. Okay, these are probably going to be even higher. The agent's Rafaela Pimenta, who wanted to make sure that Erling Haaland still had the key to the door. So don't get it twisted. Even though he has this 9.5-year contract, even though he dropped this video of him just sitting in the snow with some, I don't know, does the background look like green screen, or did they really just make him sit in the snow? And then all of a sudden it says, here to stay. Right? He's hyping up the fact that he's in Manchester City forever. The key to the door is key, and Rafaela Pimenta is talking about that. I'm in favor of freedom. It is my battle. I always say that one of my priorities as an agent is to offer the player what I call the key to the door. When the player goes to a club, I do everything to create conditions so the key to the door is in his hands. According to AS's reporting, right, this newspaper has been told by reliable sources that the player can leave the Etihad Stadium from around the halfway stage of his agreement. We're talking like 2029, 2030, which would be Erling Haaland would be 29, he'd be 30 years old. Apparently, about halfway through this agreement, clauses start to kick in. Now, they do say all they can say is it's a significant sum. In exchange for a significant sum, you would be able to part with. So there is a release clause of some sort. We'll wait to see how much it's like, hey, it's 250 million, or it could be willing to spend that on Harry Kane. Real Madrid is willing to spend that on Erling Haaland. They'd probably be willing to commit to spending that right now, 5 years in the future. Right, to make sure that they had access to it. Of course, the idea that he has the key to the door here is remember he gets that point when he has the same thing that he has now that make him want to take away that these clauses. These 4 years. Kick that can down the road for now. He doesn't even need to talk because he's under contract getting paid out for the next 4 years. From the point that release clause goes in. Erling Haaland's still good move. And that long-term flirtation with Real Madrid is still active. That's the classic Florentino Perez move. There's always the possibility, it's always lurking somewhere in the future that this amazing great player could be headed to Real Madrid. But in a surprising turn of events, Erling Haaland has at least decided to stay at Man
In your
City,
name.
and that sparked, of course, plenty of discussion from people of importance and people like Mark Goldbridge, who he'd say I don't mean he's just somebody who invests, like, jokes aside. He's not somebody that pretends to be something he's not, at least in my opinion. He's just a dude that likes watching the games, likes talking about the games. I don't know him at all, right? But he basically went off on Erling Haaland, saying he sold his whole career away for money at a soulless club. I'll be honest, I don't really understand this sentiment. Because if we're being straight up, Erling Haaland has played a lot more big matches and won a lot more trophies playing for Manchester City than he would have playing for Mark Goldbridge's club, Manchester United, who I'm assuming Goldbridge would want to call a soulful club where you're not wasting your career away. And of course, Manchester City is owned by an oil state. That makes everybody right? But let's not pretend that Manchester City wasn't a tier club before they got it. Sure, they weren't one of the big dogs. They were more like Crystal Palaces now. Right, but the Gallaghers, for example, the fans of the fans of Manchester City their whole lives. Those are the guys that make up Oasis. And the reason I'm talking about them is Liam Gallagher racing like Horatio. This particular tweet, shut up, you cunt, which, that's a pretty Liam Gallagher response to just about anything, but I think he sticks the landing. My response was more measured, slightly. I said his dad literally played him. As you said.
The enemy's bottom
And I had a
tower
couple of
has
conversations with different people on Twitter about this, where basically, look, somebody, well, he wasn't a club legend. And I'm like, look, my dad was the janitor at a club. I'd probably want to grow up and play at that club someday. So it just happened to work out. Everything, works out. Where Manchester City has somebody who is like actually a legacy hire that ends up being one of the best players in the world. And if you're Erling Haaland, the club your dad played for is now become one of the best clubs in the world. Obviously, because of an injection of an incredible amount of money. And so, even if you want to be one of the best players in the world, you can go and play at that club that you watched your dad play for and you rooted for when you were a little kid. There's pictures of you when you were a little kid wearing a jersey from this soulless club. Right. Now, the last part of this... Invisibility. Well, one is this hilarious graphic that I just have to share, which is the longest contracts on current Premier League players, and the entire graphic is just players on Chelsea and Erling Haaland. That, I just love that. And anytime you can take the chance to drive home how absurd it is what Chelsea has done in the transfer window and given all these long contracts to all these new players, you got to take that opportunity to drive home. The other part of it is massive fines, but they're not getting it. There's no way that the incredibly educated and really very competent Erling Haaland has around him, from his agent to his manager to his dad, right? Like to all of these people in his team that have done a very good job handling his career so far, making sure that he doesn't get caught in any weird positions, making sure he's very well compensated, right? They would not have, I would be stunned
Your bottom tower
if they
is under
agreed
attack.
with any chance that Erling Haaland wouldn't be playing in the Premier League.
May it
They wouldn't
please
have.
you.
I would legitimately be stunned. I have too much respect for what they've been able to do in his career management up to this point to assume that they wouldn't know. There's no way they're getting relevant. Attack! So refine your understanding of what's going to happen to Manchester City to fines and point deductions. But not, 300-point deductions that are going to automatically relegate the team. Sort of like a 20-point deduction that knocks them out of Champions League or Europe in general. That's what you're looking at. Probably. That's what this contract really says. And that's where Goldbridge is right. And forget City getting done. But also I disagree with this. Spend 10 years spending like no one else can. Manchester United's the team with the worst
Your middle tower is under
transfer
attack.
spend over the last 10 years. Just thought I'd throw that one out. Right. I'm the way FFP is applied always kind of annoyed me. Manchester City's oil money always kind of annoyed me. Can I just be annoyed by both things? Nobody's making a good point here. Erling Haaland just has a giant new contract and he's making money out of his eyes and ears.
Leap of faith.
And steam's coming out of your ears, but it's just British pounds with
Obelisk,
faces of old monarchs on it.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
As you say.
Your top tower is under attack.
Test your faith. And I go down that list of all the reasons Scottish side Inverness Caledonian Thistle that I don't even know if I can see the sun anymore. And I want to take you down into this rabbit hole with you. Because if you haven't seen the first video we did on this purchase, it's fucking crazy. It has to do with some guy named Tom McWanna. And what has happened between the last time we talked about Tom McWanna and his 77 vendors that seems to be loosely modeled for entertainment, sexuality, service, recreation. Well, he decided to post on Instagram. Posted a couple of times on LinkedIn. Now, I usually avoid LinkedIn. It is, in my opinion, the most self-important of all the social media because it has a purpose to play. But anybody that is regularly posting on LinkedIn gives me a natural...
So I go.
It instills me with a natural fear, which I feel like is some sort of evolved
May it
response
please
that has
you.
allowed our ancestors to survive without being PC sales pitched to death. Right? Like that's how you made it from that's why the Neanderthals died out. They kept reading LinkedIn posts all day trying to perfect their B2B sales, and then they were unable to focus on other crucial things
Leap
like
of faith.
food, shelter, and water. Right? The evolved response here is
congregation
out by people who post on LinkedIn all the time.
So I go.
Unfortunately, Tom McWanna fits into the mold of the person that I thought he was based off
In
of
your
the
name.
first time we talked about this purchase, and he is one of those people that apparently posts on LinkedIn all the time. I'll give you the spark notes if you weren't caught up in the lore. I do recommend watching the full video because I'm able to go into a lot more detail and get more sources that trust me, bro. But basically, this guy runs a company that is just him. According to public records, he has been the director of a bunch of other small dissolved companies. He is the director of companies
he was gonna run away.
Title. And if you look at the assets listed of those companies, it's like literally negative amounts of money.
I don't really
Absolutely
care about
not the type of company that you would want to see buying a football club, particularly a football club in Inverness that just got relegated to the division, is in a bit of a free fall, and as a result is in significant financial stress. Right, and we've seen that go sideways for clubs like Bordeaux
Your middle
recently.
tower
This guy
is under
steps in,
attack.
and Inverness has already announced that essentially the purchase is complete. So now that you're caught up, we can get to Katan's side of the story.
Your
this was
middle tower
posted
is
one
under
day
attack.
ago on LinkedIn, and it is worth reading
Dire structures
in its
are
entirety,
fortified.
because at no point does it disappoint at all.
Your
He
middle
titles
tower
it like
is under
a
attack.
LinkedIn poster would, why sometimes giving up is more
The enemy's top tower is fallen.
which
my
any
thrift
good
rewarded.
LinkedIn post is going to start with something that sounds like the
So I
title
go.
of some knockoff TED Talk that's being given at the local community
Yes.
center. Right, and then we go into it. Those of you that know me, which is apparently nobody, by the way, and my quest to become a football club owner would know that this is something that I have been besotted with for the last 3 days.
As
So
obelisk
according to a quick
directs.
Google search, besotted but it also means intoxicated. It also means strongly infatuated. But I prefer the intoxicated.
Your top tower is under attack.
People that end up owning clubs like Sir Jim Ratcliffe and Manchester United, right? They
Leap of
are
faith.
into the idea of owning clubs.
Your top tower is under attack.
It's everything else after this that gets me. My ambition is to revolutionize the way football clubs are operated and increase sustainable revenues that get reinvested into the club
In your name.
for prosperity. I'm going to be honest. I've read this entire post, and I
God
have also
willing.
explored the
Radiant
whatever it is,
structures are
Entertainment
fortified.
720 website, the
Yes.
77 Ventures Limited website. This dude is a master of saying the least amount of
As
things
Obelisk
with
directs.
the most amount of words. Whatever the opposite of brevity is, this guy has it. He has a
Obelisk, guide
gift
me.
for it. He can say absolutely nothing in a 500-page paperback book
Leap
you're
of
supposed to
faith.
read for English class. You can glean 0 things. Because while you might think this
Up
being
higher
the second
path.
sentence, you would think he's going to discuss how he is going to revolutionize
Your
the
bottom
way
tower
football
is under
is
attack.
operated, and maybe discuss how he's going to invest in the club for prosperity, which by the way is the goal of
Your
basically
bottom tower
everybody that
is
owns a
under
football
attack.
club ever. That doesn't sound in itself like some sort of revolutionary idea like football clubs are sustainable. Football clubs get lots of He's just trying to play into something that has to do with
Yes.
climate crisis or something. Like, we're gonna build a sustainable club. We're gonna buy
In your
woods in the
name.
Highlands and then pretend we're offsetting carbon emissions. Anyways, I tried endlessly, club after club, trying to persuade the owners to align to my vision. I'm sorry, that just creeps me out. But either they were too short-sighted or driven by the money. I mean, I'm sorry, the previous sentence you just
Not
wrote
yet.
was talking about sustainable revenues that get reinvested into the club. I mean, that you're not necessarily
May
not
it
about the
please
money
you.
here, because the point you just made in the second sentence of this whole diatribe is talking about how you're going to create a sustainable financial future. You're not about the money. You're sorry, you're in it for the love of the game. Brother,
May
you
it
don't have enough money to be in it for the love of the game. It's not possible for you, according to all the public records for Entertainment 720 that you're running here. This is like the guy that's been at the bar for 7 hours.
Your top
keeps
tower
striking
is under
out at
attack.
4 a.m. and he just insists that,
As you
every
say.
girl that didn't want to talk to him at the bar just didn't see the vision. Like, at a certain point,
high.
you strike out that many times, it's you, it's not them. Okay, but it becomes
Obelisk,
less and less
guide me.
likely each time you strike out in this situation that the problem is the club's not
So I go.
understanding the vision, yo. That it might just be your
Viper
your
has
vision.
Obelisk
Correct. Name. After 6 failed attempts, I decided to give up the
Set me 5.
Of course, I had to go with
Yes.
sustainable success. He's been a former, at least he's worked in football. He's been a former
Yes.
technical director at the Bentley Greens soccer club. He worked as a finance
Yes.
transformation program director at a company called Telstra. He was the managing director at
Punished.
Strex Consulting. And now he's the general secretary of UEFA
Leap of
AAA. He's
faith.
like some sort of, he's the secretary general of UEFA AAA's alumni board. I don't necessarily know what that means, but this is somebody that at least exists in the world of football.
In your name.
And according to Ketan Makwana, got in touch with him about a third-tier team in Scotland, and maybe,
Yes.
hey, you should check out Inverness. And we continue. I couldn't find anything on this club, so I was going to drop the chase, but then I thought, who would know something about anything? Let me call my main man, Laurie Pinto. This is maybe the
May
most
it
alarming
please you.
sentence in the entire thing. Because I'm just a random fucking American dude that's played a few FIFA video games, played a lot of
As
Football
Obelisk
Manager.
directs.
You should have asked 12-year-old me, and just based off of my random ramblings on
Obelisk.
Fox Soccer and cable back and forth, I could have told you who by his own admission has tried endlessly, club after club, to try and persuade a club that he should be their owner. Doesn't know who Inverness Caledonian Thistle is. Right? Inverness
Your
won the
middle
Scottish
tower
Cup
has
in
been
2015,
Yes.
9 years ago. There was a time in very recent living memory where Inverness was an incredibly relevant
My
top-flight
first
Scottish
reward.
team that would have been able to step on the field with Celtic
Up
and
high
Rangers
path.
if they were happened to be there at the time. Give them a good old game. Inverness, like, I can't
In your name.
stress this enough. I knew who Inverness was. And this guy who's apparently been obsessed with being a club owner is
As you
also
say.
apparently not knowledgeable about, like, look, I generally don't
Leap of
think
faith.
that having that, like, specific super high level, kind of trivia like
Hallowed
ball
ground.
knowledge is necessary to be like a great manager or to be a great player or to be a
So
great
I go.
There's a difference between having that super high level ball knowledge where you know, if somebody goes like name the 2002 Real Madrid starting 11, you can't do it. There's a difference between that and just knowing a club exists that, I don't know, you're trying to buy. And also, you couldn't find anything on the club. Somebody contacts me, and maybe I don't think this guy is one of those people. Maybe you're somebody who has the resources to buy a club like Inverness Caledonian Thistle. Well, then you just Google Inverness Caledonian Thistle. What do you mean you couldn't find anything? You couldn't find anything on the club? Are you using Bing? What the fuck is that? I couldn't find anything on the... Like, do you know how to work the internet? Or do you think that the entirety of the internet is just LinkedIn? Within hours, I had a plethora of intel. I was introduced to John Colloquium. Now look, I'm going to stop here. The only reason I'm pointing this out is because you're trying to show off by using words like plethora for no reason. I went to school. I know what the word plethora means, but there's a time and a place to use a word like plethora. It's probably not right after you forget to capitalize an I.
Leap of faith.
Within days, I was speaking to Scott Gardner. Within weeks, I was presenting entertainment. This is a third division Scottish team. The entertainment is hallowed at the game. The leisure is the fact entertainment, leisure, and sports, all which are capitalized, by the way. There is nothing entertainment, leisure, and sports about owning a third division club. The only takeaway I can get from reading something like that is this guy believes, and he's talked about this in another post. I don't think it's in this post, but he's talked about this. Was it a tweet, or I think it might have been in a statement he released. Honestly, I'm so far down this rabbit hole, I don't even know what this stuff is. About how like he was inspired by Rob
is under attack.
and Ryan McElhaney.
Your top tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
First of all, those guys have
the enemy's middle tower.
For actors, they seem to be successful businesses, which is not something I can say either, based off of
in your name
information that I can glean. So clearly, when you read stuff like that, you know that this guy in his own mind thinks he's going to kind of go the same way, and he's going to descend upon like a game He's probably really enjoying the number of times that I'm saying his name.
Your top tower is under attack.
He seems to be on gloating about what he's achieved and the notoriety that is potentially gained. I was interviewed by BBC.
Your top tower
it doesn't mean
is under
fucking
attack.
shit. They were really nice, and I really enjoyed, talking to those people. They referred to me as a professional gamer in a news article, which is something that I still use as like a joke business card. But it also doesn't matter at all. It doesn't mean anything other than the fact that it's kind of a cool experience. I derive personal value from the fact that
the enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Literally just listed the statement of. I'm gonna look it up. It's totally with it. Yeah, that's what they did. This is the article.
Obelisk uses
this is the article he's referring to. It's the only thing I can find. It is how many words exactly? If we include the top, that's 159 words. It's 159 words, and he just feels the need to say, "Today we made the news on BBC Sports." And then he goes on to list his personal thanks to all of the people that were involved in this deal. He thanks Paul Nelson. You understood my vision and found me the opportunity. Again, we have no idea what the vision is. Entertainment, leisure, and sports. And he ends it with, "Now it's my turn to show you what the power of innovation."
Yes.
Look, this is beyond crazy. I still can't believe this. Even on LinkedIn, people are calling him out on it. proper statement to fans
So I
needed
go.
to state your intentions. How much is being invested? Where is it coming from? Fans rightly
high
so
is
have some
bad.
concerns. A quick search shows that he, doesn't fill everybody with confidence. Find it very
As
odd you
Obelisk
say you couldn't
directs.
find anything on the club when we won the Scottish Cup in 2015, obviously. This guy's claiming
Leap
his
of
previous
faith.
comment was deleted because he was sassing him. This guy is throwing up so many red flags that anyone pays any sort of attention to Scottish
As you
football has
say.
seen plenty of before. Then there's the small faux pas of thanking a council that is literally on the
In
other
your
side of
name.
the globe. Wait, what? Is it possible to edit a post? Because multiple comments are saying that he
Hallowed
tagged the wrong council.
As you say.
This is the Our Story section of the 77 Ventures page.
Leap of faith.
77 Ventures, the brainchild of entrepreneurs Keton McQuana and Michael Jacobson, each with
Hallowed
extensive
ground.
backgrounds in business, entrepreneurship, and passion for innovation and creativity. Michael Jacobson's not been at the company for a year, but
Your name.
just Keton McQuana. Entrepreneurship and a passion for innovation and creativity.
May it please
During
you.
the pandemic, both Keton and Michael came to the realization that the creative industries were hugely impacted economically and demonstrated extreme
Yes.
reduction in capability. Fucking groundbreaking thing right there. That's,
So I go.
That is so upsetting. COVID-19 shifted consumer behavior and the
Chastised.
landscape pivoted. As we emerged after the lockdowns and entered the new normal, digital and technology voids were clear to see
Yes.
within the creative industries. In 2021, 77 published a white paper, and that
Up
set
high
the
is
blueprint
path.
for what we have today. A platform that will accelerate digital and technology capabilities in creative
Obelisk
industries
guide.
through sustainable investment solutions and intuitive venture partnering. I can turn all of that into one sentence for you.
Yes.
This company is apparently just supposed to be investing
Say
in
your
creative
prayers.
industries. With what, I have no idea. But it just goes to show, like, how mind-numbingly pointless the words that seem to
Yes.
follow this guy around and this, this guy puts out in the world are. It's like, it is world-class. It's so obvious. Apparently they're planning on pushing doesn't even do anything.
As
this is-
Obelisk
I
directs.
am living in
of the mad moon.
none of them load.
Yes.
This is like a fake website. This is these are their
Faithless
venture
one.
verticals. Arts and culture, immersed reality. We've got the like oil and water type
My
background
holy
here that was super hip
sleepers.
like 5 years ago. If you click on entertainment, there's nothing there. This is supposedly existed for 3 years. This company just bought a.
May it please you.
There's no hyperlinks. Who is Sir Eric? Okay, so on Michael Jacobson's page, he's a partner of 77 Ventures. He's also a
Yes.
judge at the Great British Entrepreneur Awards, a board member for the Center of the Future of Europe, and an
In your name.
advisory board member at the Department of Culture and Tourism in Abu Dhabi.
As you say.
I
Regeneration.
mean, I found this Sir Eric Peacock guy, and on all of his experience
Up high
on
is
LinkedIn,
path.
he doesn't even list. He doesn't even list being on the advisory board of 77. I can't believe.
God willing.
I can't say this enough times. I can't believe this. I can't believe
Torn.
somebody
Torn from ligaments. Bleak hangs from the bones.
Obelisk guide infused with the spirit.
buying a club. I would
As you say.
love to be a fly on the wall of this, and I cannot wait for the next episode of this.
May it please you.
What is this? I don't even know. I'm so engrossed. I'm so
So I go.
invested in it, though. I mean, if all of this is
enemy's middle barracks has
I'm
fallen.
normally a happy, cheery,
Leap of faith.
fun-loving guy, but this one is...
Radiant structures are fortified.
But there's certain things that just need to be called out all around horrible, and that's one of the things we're going to dive into. You're going to need an intimate knowledge of the Portuguese second division, so we'll start with that. Villa Verdes is a team in the Portuguese second.
In your name.
Okay, they are a team that is not doing well in the Portuguese second division. They are dead last. They are going to get relegated, and on the day that they're relegated, one of the most reprehensible violations of the sanctity that was created by, from all I can tell, a silver spoon piece of shit that I would not want to have a beer with. That's just where we're going to start. We'll see. I want to be very clear. I don't know this guy. This is just everything.
Another wise man of the
just the way that he cultivates himself in the public image is a silver spoon. So we'll see how you feel about him. Obviously, I'm coming in with certain opinions, so we'll color everything in with that. So Villa Verdes is a club that is one step away from playing against some of the biggest teams in Europe. Porto,
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Porto, the last non-power league team to win a Champions League. Jose Mourinho's Porto, right?
This is the work of the man. Sings its mad song.
Obviously, but a lot of players even are
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
About some
The ligaments
right,
of the
because
pants
there are
from
plenty of
bone.
famous stories of people appearing in matches that don't belong in those matches, right? I know there's examples in Ukraine of presidents just spawning in on the field. There's a hilarious example from Suriname that I've honestly never even figured out if it's real or not, but like the vice president of Suriname just playing for his club there. That is all kind of on the fringes. It's over here,
Oh, wow.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Right, we're talking about a league that is incredibly
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
It has been taken advantage of. I think this is a story that encapsulates a lot of because Villa Verdes was playing in a
victory
against I realize
Can't escape your
they lost that match. But in the last 10 minutes of that match, one of the weirdest things you will ever see happen. You see a 45-year-old who has never played as a professional soccer player. I'm not saying he's terrible. Right at one point in his life, I don't think he was terrible. He played collegiately at Columbia University, right in the top division of collegiate soccer in the United States. Right, is not an awful level. Good, players like Daryl DK come out of that level. They have very, very successful. He's a striker for West Brom in the English Championship. This is where they have the draft of the best players from college over MLS. My podcast with Julian Russell, where we talk about everything Julian Russell plays for Miami now in MLS. He played in Providence. That's also top division college. So the fact that this guy was at least on the roster for Columbia men's soccer at some point in his life, that means that he probably isn't terrible. So we're not wheeling in somebody that has no idea how to play a ball. We are also wheeling in somebody that, let's say he graduated at the age of 22. That was more than half his life. He is now 45 years old. And his name is Courtney Rome. Now, Courtney Rome, in himself, is somebody that wouldn't normally be capturing headlines. Now, the interesting thing is that his brother is now married to Paris Hilton. We're not expecting to hear Paris Hilton's name here, but I have no beef with Paris Hilton. She is who she is. She's an heiress, and she's managed to turn that into a bunch of different businesses, and she doesn't try to corrupt the world of football. Courtney Rome, right, the brother-in-law of Paris Hilton. Well, this guy, he's got a bit of a different approach. You see, with 10 minutes left in a match where Villa Verdes is going to get relegated, I mean, 10 minutes including stoppage time, you see the clock up there, right? He subs into the game, right? He's been registered, because this is a serious professional competition where you have to be registered. He's been registered for Villa Verdes since the January transfer window. And this is his opportunity to make an appearance. And we're going to watch him sub in a second. Who is Courtney Rowe? And how does he manage to hold a bag over the head of this fledgling second division Portuguese club in a way that allows him to get on the field? Well, fortunately, he's got a Wikipedia page with a profile picture for his Wikipedia page that's been edited so much he looks like he's been drawn by Disney's Imagineers. And on this Wikipedia page, it becomes very clear where this money has come from. Instantly. His father, Robert Rome, was the former CEO of Amstead Industries, which is one of the biggest companies in the United States, according to Forbes, right? The people that rank this stuff for a living. So we're talking about somebody that grew up in truly immense, unimaginable wealth, right? And he has gone on apparently in his career to work at Goldman Sachs on Wall Street type of job. I'd expect somebody to end up in, right? But none of this is reprehensible. Right, he starts an alcohol brand called Vive, which he sold with his brother, who ended up married to Paris Hilton. He sold that in 2016. Right, he wrote some sort of book. I can't even find it on his Wikipedia, but I did find it in one of the articles written about it, which makes me believe that he sanctioned the writing of this article in The Sun, as long as they mentioned his book. It's called Shortcut Your Startup: Speed Up Success with Unconventional Advice. Sounds like he has fed LinkedIn posts.
First blood.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
In the Sigma mindset, shortcut your startup. What, like control F4? Like, shut your computer down then. Right, but none of this in itself is like particularly reprehensible. I'm letting my bias from what he actually did in the second division of Portugal bleed into everything else that he did, right? But it's hard to at least get a weird taste in your mouth when this is the first picture I saw of him. Like, I would wear this outfit as a joke, right? So I don't want to just look at this outfit and be like, that doesn't look, all right, right? Because you could definitely end up with a picture of me in this outfit, and don't lie, I would look voluptuous, right? I would look sensational. I would rock the hell out of this outfit too. He's definitely rocking this, right? And he takes this money, right? This guy's obviously been surrounded by money his whole life. He's been able to, apparently not mess that up. But he's taken this money and he's decided to invest it at Villa Verde, right? And I think we can see where this is going, because while there was never any kind of public announcement, and I don't know whether it was his money or somebody in the Hilton family or somebody just in his family, right? Because his own family's got plenty of cheddar to throw around, right? They can make a lot of grilled cheeses, okay? And they've got a lot of money to throw around. We don't really know where the investment came from, but a certain amount of investment came from. And it clearly was made apparent to the club that, part of that deal is that Rome's going to be a monster and maybe get an opportunity to play professionally. Like, my mental image of this is Courtney Rome either investing himself out of vanity so that he will be able to play at some point. I mean, literally holding the feet to the fire here and saying, like, I will give you the money that you need, but only if you play me. Or if it was some sort of a family situation and being like, Dad, I want to play professional soccer. And his dad's like, I have a great idea. Let's embarrass the second division Portuguese. And embarrass is really the right word, because there's two layers to this that make me feel absolutely terrible. Right, and the first layer is this Sun article came out right when he was registered. You have to like your registered roster, and all of a sudden the name Courtney Rome just pops up on the registered roster, and that's when the Sun writes an article about it. First, I love how the article refers to him as the veteran. He's actually not a veteran. He's technically a rookie because he hasn't played professionally before. They're just doing that because he's anyway. A Villa Verdense spokesperson told the decision to sign Rome was taken by our scouting department. His age is not a problem. He has the energy of a 20-year-old player. The club's sporting director has been contacted to comment, but has not responded to that request. Unsurprisingly, because that's all bullshit. There's no way. You can't possibly convince me in a million years that some guy that hasn't played in any organized way, right, in any, like, scoutable organized way, semi-pro way in 23 years, is a signing because of your scouting. Like, if this dude wasn't a signing,
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Like, that guy is not That's not a coincidence, right? The odds are infinitesimally small. That doesn't matter at all. And the scouting, this man, like, they went to some alcohol convention and they're like watching them play back at a presentation about his new alcohol company, right? And they're like, oh my God, this guy has techers. We've got to get him to Portugal. I love this. His football abilities are not known, and he has not even referred to them in any photographs posted on his social media channels. Probably because he's throwing that heat around. Which, look, if you want to be like a trust fund startup millionaire and throw this sort of stuff around and just not get anybody else's way, yeah, no problem. Honestly, the world kind of needs people like that, right? Like, who else are we going to make great movies like Wolf of Wall Street? I realize it's a plot of Wolf of Wall Street scamming a bunch of people, so that's a terrible example, but that kind of like party Project X sort of lifestyle, the Dan Bilzerian but not faking it lifestyle, somebody's got to be doing it just for entertainment on Instagram, so why not this one, right? But he couldn't stay out of the way of things that people actually care about. He can't really promote his football on social media. At least he's been on the cover of a fitness magazine. We got that part in there. But that's not the real stuff. Because after he makes this appearance, all right, they talk to the coach. And it's the conversation with the coach that makes me so incredibly sad. So this is dependent on a kind of reporter type named Zach Lowy, who was the guy that was tweeting about this story in a way that I was able to find it. But here's the quotes. In the last minutes, I made a decision, not as our coach, but as a father of this group. It was tough, but I had to look out for the good of my children. These last 10 minutes help a lot so that my players don't go through what they went through. So basically what he's saying, based off my understanding of what he's saying, right? The club went through a tough time. And the money that came in, like the injection of capital that came in, is helping appease that tough time. Right? Additionally, on the money that came in is Courtney actually playing matches. The decision to play him allows his players, like he's looking at it for it as the father of the group, allows his players to not go through perhaps those moments of uncertainty that they were going through. I can't say too much, which never a great thing when your manager in this sort of situation is saying they can't say too much. I can only say that this never in my life did I put my players at risk. I had to make decisions that put some of my principles into question, but more important than my principles is their welfare. So clearly the arithmetic going on in the head of the coach here, manager Sergio Machado, who I feel terrible for, right? Because I have a feeling his feet were held to the fire. He needed to do this. He needed to put Courtney Rome in, right? He's saying that in the long term, we got to take care of the coach, or in the long term, we got to take care of the players, right? In the welfare of the players. And basically, he was in the position as a leader where he had to compromise his own morals by putting this guy on the field in order to take care of his players' welfare. Now, I'm obviously making assumptions that the club needed this financial aid that came in, conditional on Courtney Rome playing, right? He could be referring to some other type of welfare that for some reason at this late hour I can't conjure up. But when you read those quotes, you can't help but feel terrible for Sergio Machado, and you can't help but feel even more uncomfortable about them initially saying Courtney Rome was on the team because of their scouting department. Look, your coach is not going to have a fucking moral crisis, right? If he's playing a player that was signed because your scouting department thought he had the athleticism of a 20-year-old. All right. I'm sorry. Not even Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo have the athleticism of a 20-year-old when they're freaking 45, let alone Courtney fucking Rome, right? Like, this guy is not that, right? The scouts just said that to get people to leave them alone. And now your coach is actually being put in a position where he has to compromise his own principles, right? Like, your coach is saying he can't be a coach. He's not being a coach. This is a day where they're getting relegated. This is a day where they are getting relegated. They're still alive to not get relegated if they win their last 3 matches. Anything could happen. And they're still putting this guy in. Unbelievable. But I've held it from you long enough. This is him getting subbed in. And there's something else in this video that just drives me even more crazy. So we've got number 78, Courtney Rome, kind of daps up the guy that's coming off the field. And Courtney Rome's going in, 45-year-old model and former alcohol executive. Courtney Rome on the field in the 2nd division of Portugal for his first professional appearance. That is what bothers me. That right there is what bothers me. Right? And I got no problem with supporting your homies. Right? But I'm gonna go in a particular direction in this particular moment. Right? Because we've had a lot of debate about like plastic foreign fans or whatever. This is the only toxic version of that. We got a bunch of people rocking up in the Villa Verdense scarves and whatever that they bought at the gift shop like 5 minutes earlier. Right? They're all here videoing their boy Courtney Room, who has been involved in some sort of scheme to bully the manager in the club, Villa Verdense, to hold whatever they were able to hold over this club to allow him to make an appearance in this game. Right? They got a sign. Like, I don't know who this guy is holding the sign, but go number 78, Courtney. And it's great. This guy seems to have an incredible infrastructure of supportive friends, right? Which, you hope that you can have that in life. But I can just imagine the sadness and the disenchanted feeling of actual Villa Verdense fans who are at this game or watching this game. They are watching their club down 1-0, 5 minutes and change from what now is starting to feel like inevitable relegation, watching their club get turned into a clown show, into an absolute joke. That is crushing. Like, put yourself in a position of somebody that roots for Villa Verdense. This is your team, right? This is just who you want to win. And now you're watching some 45-year-old, I believe I described him quite eloquently as a silver spoon piece of shit, right? This is the way that he portrays himself, right? And I feel like that second part is comfortable because I don't care if I'm Bill Gates' first son. You would never catch me in a million years running on that field. I'm sorry. Because if you got a club, like an actual club, not like, a team in the 9th division that's just like you and your homies and like the guy from down the street cheering you on, right? But an actual club with institutions and aspirations and fans and history, right? And you come in and you think it's cool. You think it's an achievement to run out on that field. It's freaking sad. It is sad. And I'll tell you what, I would have never known who Courtney Room was before this moment. But now I do, and forever that name will be synonymous with that sadness, with that sort of vain sense of fake accomplishment that he feels like he's attained, that his friends and family feel like he's attained. I'm going to assume that's who's in this box, right? I mean, they're holding the Courtney sign, right? This is like the friends and family, right? They're in the suite, of course. That just kind of symbolizes this whole thing. They're not in the regular stands. They're in the suite. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's probably because money kind of going into the club, but I can't help but feel and think for those fans and just how ridiculous and just stupid this is. This doesn't mean anything. All this means is that you had the resources to bully this team, to bully this coach into putting you were a college soccer player. From all I can tell, you earned that. That's freaking cool. You had an alcohol company. You sold that. Now, obviously, your family wealth probably helped out at some point, but everybody's family helps out at some point. Like, that's an accomplishment. Congratulations. You sold a company. Good job. Right? You were a model in a male fitness magazine. Bro, you seen this forehead and hairline? That is not happening for me. Congratulations. You're killing it. This is a joke. This is a joke, and you suck. And I don't know why you did this, dude. I would love to talk to this person, Courtney Room, about why you did this. Because I hate this. I can't even begin to describe how much I hate this. I hope that there is some way to create a situation where we can prevent this sort of thing from happening again, right? Obviously, a FIFA top-down rule would be something very difficult, but this makes a mockery of the sport. Because when you think about how close this is to Portugal's league, it sometimes is a top 5 league in Europe, right? Benfica, Sporting, and in Porto, they can take down any club in the world on any given day, right? And this guy is one league below that. 45 years old, prancing out there like he's done something, right? Makes me sick. Makes me absolutely. I went from being mad about this. I was hot when I started this video. Now I'm just sad. I'm queasy. I feel uneasy. I need to take some Dramamine. What the hell is going on? How is it possible that this happens? I don't know. I wanted you to know at the end of this video, we will also be addressing the statements that they released today. The rest of this video, when I'm not wearing this shirt, was recorded yesterday. So that's like the first half of my thoughts. And then I promise you, we're going to get to the other stuff. See, I've had some complaints recently. Complaints that the blue lights we've been using in the background for this channel, they aren't good enough. They want the old green ones. Well, considering the fact that 2/3 of my light strips are broken and we're moving in a couple of weeks, that's probably not going to happen. But I wanted to give you another option. Lightless. Completely lightless, except for these two incredibly bright lights in front of me that do their best to make me look tolerable on the internet. So I appreciate both of those lights. But everything behind me is gone. No sumptuous blue hue behind me to illuminate me, to backlight me, to really show off my figure. It's gone. So let me know if you like this or if you like the blue better, because those are the only two options we have until I move in the next couple of weeks. So that's just something you're going to have to get used to. There's also something that is being force-fed to a bunch of clubs right now that they're going to have to get used to. Now, I'm aware what we're going to talk about today is near and dear to the heart of a lot of people that watch this channel. So I am going to make sure that I try and get everything right and try and understand all perspectives on it before forming my opinion. Not that I don't normally do that, but I don't normally do that. I usually just turn on the camera and just talk about whatever I want to talk about. Whatever happens to be interesting, whatever's going down in the world of football or soccer, etc. I'm there. And my opinions are at best about 75% cooked. This isn't a barbecue. We're not taking 12 hours to cook all this up. But with this, I did at least engage in a copious amount of light reading. We're talking about the FA Cup today. And I did roast MLS for pulling MLS clubs out of the US Open Cup. And now we're not having the same thing happen in England, right? The Premier League is not pulling its clubs out of the FA Cup. But what it is doing is renegotiating its deal with the English FA. And this requires an understanding that a lot of people, particularly me up until a few years ago, didn't necessarily have, and that is that the Premier League is a different entity than the FA, than the English Football League. It is separate. It makes deals to agree to work with those entities, but the Premier League is its own thing. It has its own procedures. It's separate. It has its own FFP. It's separate FFP from the English Football League that is below it. So part of a renegotiation between the FA and the Premier League is in keeping the Premier League involved in the FA Cup. And the way that's worked is they've reached an agreement to strengthen the FA Cup format and increase support for grassroots football. That was tweeted out at 6 a.m. on the 18th, and you'll be watching this on the 19th, so basically a day ago. And this tweet lays out the few things that are being changed in the FA Cup based off of renewed negotiations between the FA and the Prem. The first change being all rounds the Emirates FA Cup will now be played on weekends. They're burying the lead here. Of course, they're burying the lead. They're burying the one thing that a bunch of clubs are getting upset about. Not all the clubs are upset about all rounds of the FA Cup being played on weekends. The fourth and fifth round and quarterfinals will all be exclusive of the Premier League fixtures for the first time. That is actually kind of a positive change. That basically just means that when FA Cup matches are being played, there will not be Premier League matches on the same day, so you can really focus on the FA Cup fixtures. That's a cool way to do things. The competition will be played without replays in the first round onwards. Now, this is buried like in between stuff, and I'm kind of surprised marketing-wise that the Emirates FA Cup Twitter account didn't also put the Premier League will provide up to an additional £33 million for grassroots football on top of the £100 million it is currently giving towards good causes each season. So that's your trickle down sort of stuff. But this is what lower clubs have an issue with, or at least that's what I initially thought lower clubs have an issue with. The idea that replays will no longer happen from the first round onwards. So if you didn't know, in the FA Cup, it used to be the entire FA Cup. If you drew, you would just replay the match at the other team's stadium. Now, fairly recently, it's been from the fifth round onwards, which is once we're down to the last 16 teams, there are no replays. So extra time, penalties on tap from the round of 16 onwards. But this is going back from the fifth round to the first round. The first round is when League Two and League One teams enter the competition. This is not Premier League and Championship teams don't even enter until the third round. So this is going 2 rounds before Premier League teams even start. And they're getting rid of the idea of replays, which to me on the surface, when I saw that for the first time, I went, that makes a lot of sense. Replays are a holdover from a bygone era, right? There's already a ton of fixture congestion. English lower leagues are famous for ridiculous amounts of fixture congestion, especially when you consider matches are often suspended or abandoned because the field conditions aren't right, and you're adding in more matches on top of that. But the deeper you dig into this whole thing, the replay matches are actually very important for the economics of a lot of these lower league clubs. because they provide another opportunity to play an FA Cup match, and the FA Cup is a serious economic driver because of the way it distributes money throughout the Football League. But I still don't think that the replays are really the main reason that everybody is upset, but people are upset. First, we'll start with my good friend Ellis. He said the FA Cup's a footballing institution which has over 700 clubs taking part in it every year, and yet 20 participants of it have decided for everyone. The 20 clubs who it means the least to. Harsh, but definitely fair. A complete disgrace and another sad example of football losing everything that made it great. This is what I think is the biggest issue that all of the other clubs involved in the EFL and the National League and so on and so forth, all the other clubs that are members of the English FA, the issue they're going to have with this is that this was all decided based off a negotiation between the FA and the Premier League. The 20 biggest clubs in England, while as Ellis points out, there are over 700 clubs that take part in the FA Cup every year, to whom these replays are potentially very important, but to whom the FA Cup is more integral to their operation as a club than it is to any one of the Premier League clubs. And that's not to suggest the Premier League clubs don't want to win it. In fact, Premier League clubs basically always win the FA Cup, and that counts as an absolutely major trophy, a major scalp for any manager, any club, any player. But financially, and in terms of the importance on the calendar, it doesn't occupy the same place as, let's say, a team in the English 7th tier that happens to get to the opening round of the FA Cup. You know, FA Cup proper, they're playing League 2 and League 1 teams. Well, the FA Cup is, I mean, it's their Super Bowl, right? To borrow an American phrase, this is the biggest event that they're going to be playing in all year. The 7th division of England is not glamorous. It does not offer opportunities to make money. But if you happen to play an away match against Wrexham and you take half the ticket proceeds from that, that can fund your club for a long time, depending on what level you're at. These types of FA Cup runs, even if you've ever managed a lower league team in Football Manager, you know these FA Cup runs can fund clubs for years, particularly if you get to the third round and play against a big championship or Premier League club. It is an opportunity of a lifetime. Lincoln City, I remember when they were in the 5th tier, they got to play a Premier League team. That funded the club. I can't even imagine how much. And Lincoln City has then blasted its way into the English Football League and is kind of on the rise. I think they're in League 1 now. But the point is the FA Cup is super important for all of these other clubs, but they had absolutely no say in any of these changes, which is understandably a little jarring when you're any of these clubs, that this sort of thing can just happen. You're kind of realizing that negotiations between the Premier League and the FA can just completely alter your work.
And a suffix. I could hit even more energy shield or life and a second res. I think there's definitely a chance this body armor could be way better than mine. But I don't have the exalts to find out. So I have to keep this. I think this is better than mine. Oh my god. This is such a massive everything increase. Oh my god, dude. I just gained 13 fire res, 1 to all minion skills, and 100 energy shield without quality. Oh my god, dude. Bro, do we iron rune this? Do we do iron rune? 20% or the... I can just switch it later. Let me see. I can just switch it later. I could go the cold. I have the conversion already. I think we go iron rune here. Bro. Oh, that was the biggest upgrade of my life. 13 fire res. How much life? 13 fire res, 40 life, 150 energy shield, 1 to all minion skills upgrade. Oh, I'm actually god now. Now I'm a god. Okay. Now it's like completely over. This is unbelievable. Look at that helmet in SSF Hardcore for the campaign. That is a crackhead. That's a crackhead helmet right there. 16 mana is a brick and the life regen is a brick. I think it is possible that I will not upgrade that helmet for 30 levels. I could be like level 90 and still wearing that helmet. I will vow it, but let me get another +2 minion helmet so I have a backup in case I brick it. I'll vow it. I don't care, but not yet. I need a replacement. This is SSF hardcore, boys. I don't get a do-over if I brick it.
I hear you.
Ah, 72 life here? Okay. Okay. Oh, Jesus. I'll be keeping this. Oh my God, dude. 24? Level 24? Bro. Bro. Wait a minute. All of this is low tier mods. Lancer, can you imagine being a level 24 sorcerer with this amulet on in Act 2? 1 to all spells, 6 all attributes, 32 mana, and 13 cast speed? You would put a Pepsi-sized girth wiener in your mouth for this in SSF. Like, I'm talking, you're gonna have to have a detachable snake jaw to fit it in your mouth to have this amulet. You'd do it for a lot less than this amulet. We know, Breezy, we know. This amulet is this might be the best thing I've ever made. For a 24 sorcerer, this thing is Jesus. Oh my God, what is this amulet? All right, fine, I'll bite. Bro. Oh my God. Imagine playing the Frostwall Sorcerer with this. This is with 56 all res. 56, not 56 all res. 56 elemental res. 12% increased damage, 7 cast speed with 3 affixes to come. Oh my God, what the hell? Jesus. The slot machine is working today, boys. Jesus. I forgot. Where was I? What was I doing? All right, yeah, I got to talk to this dude. Let's see if we can get +4 minion levels on this thing. That's dog shit.
Is that a mortal? I have my ass.
It doesn't have enough things on it. That's true. You know, it probably only happened because he got caught. But either way, I will give Elon a slight, a little sprinkle. I'll give him a sprinkle of credit for at least admitting he cheated what everyone already knew. I'll give him a sprinkle. Okay, so there's nothing here that actually does anything that doesn't cost spirit. Okay, so nothing there. Okay, I think we drop elemental. Okay, I think we're playing like a dumbass here. I think we take elemental army out. This is a bullshit. This is a bullshit. Elemental army is out. We're playing like an absolute dumbass here. Let me fix my guy. So that's gone. First of all, it needs to be strip away. Right? Strip away for sure. Yeah. Strip away. Okay, now flammability doesn't even have any supports. I need heightened curse for sure. Where is it? Now, what else can I give flammability? Anything? Can I give it +1 level? I don't know. Okay, what if I take out Fire Pen and I give them Fire Infusion and instead I give the Arsonist +1 level? What do you think? I think that's going to be better, right? I think I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to drop Fire Pen on this. I'm going to take I could put Inspiration on flammability. Let's put Fire Infusion on the Raging Spirits. And then I'm going to put +1 level on the Arsonist. So we're going to get level 21 Arsonist. That should be better. Then, do I have Inspiration? Yes. I'm going to put Inspiration on the curse. There we go. Now I should be a god. This should be absolutely cooking these guys. I think we're doing this right. But then every time I think that, I never have it right. But I think we're doing this right. And that's good enough for me. Let's do the lower level. I don't understand. Why would I do this? I already did all this, didn't I? Oh, I have to use the horn. Oh, okay. I'm just going here to use the horn. I was like, wait, I already did all of this.
This whole operation would be more efficient if they were dead.
Wait, I don't have the horn. This is not right. I don't need to go here. Let's go to the Titans. I think we have to go to the Titans. All right.
Titans lived and died.
I literally never go the right way in this zone. All right. My guy is an absolute crackhead now. Yeah, that's what I do. I always go around I always do that on every map. I do the edges and then the cream filling. But I always mess it up. So let's see if I can not mess it up for once in my life. Okay, my next power increase is at 58. I'm gonna have level 21 Skelly boys.
It appears they fought here, died here. The rest in
See, like this. This is the problem. When I'm walking here, I never check these things. I need to be checking these. Because sometimes they don't connect. So it looks like that one connects, but I didn't check this one. This is why I always miss everything. Okay, that's actually nothing. Okay. So hopefully we're good here. Okay, this is good. I've already found this. Time to pick. I mean, both of these are terrible. I mean, I don't know. Neither of them. I have no idea. That one. Both terrible. Chop them down, boys. Take them out. Take them down, boys. See, like, I already messed up. I should have checked right there. See? I guess I have a checkpoint right there, and then I can walk into the middle. I guess that works. He's cursed. He's dead. He's cursed. He gone. He gone. Ow. Oh. All right, I'll take that. Okay, so we missed one. It's probably either right here or in the middle there. Let's try this way, I guess. Okay, we see where that connects, so that's not it. Okay. Oh. Is it in here? Nope. See, once again, I had to uncover the entire map in order to find it. This happens to me every time, no matter what path I take. I guess you have to check every single nook and cranny both ways as you walk.
This was certainly off limits to mortals. How exciting.
Hog is a partner now. The bullet drop hog depends on the gun. It depends on the gun. The hunting rifle has bullet drop. The mammoth, the hammer don't. Sniper rifle, which isn't currently in the game, does. Hunting rifle does. Mammoth, hammer. No unearth? Definitely not. Unearth is a huge waste of time this late into the game. You only use unearth in the beginning when you don't have really powerful minions. Like, I ain't got no time to burn globals unearthing. I need to just keep summoning raging spirits. Definitely not unearth. That can't possibly be the answer, right? They said Season 6 removed a bullet drop. There's definitely still... remember, Hog, we don't play the normal Fortnite. We play the old school... We play the old school no build game mode. Whenever they are talking in general about a season... Oh, it was for OG? Well, OG is actually different than what we play. They have, right now, a playlist, literally the very first thing ever in Fortnite. I think that's OG. We play Reloaded. I think there's a playlist actually called OG. There are very many modes. We play no build Reloaded. That's what we play. Am I done with the Diablo 4 season? Yes. And I don't even mean this as an insult. This isn't even a joke. Aren't most of you? And I don't even mean from a play perspective. I mean, didn't you guys already make by now a fully powered character that murders everything? Didn't you already make that? Did everybody already make their full character on Diablo 4? If you made your character, you did it. It's over. I can't even see what he's doing. Seems like my first curse didn't hit him, but I don't know why. Dang, bro, chill. I just started. What do you mean by just started? Do you mean like 10 minutes ago, or do you mean like 3 hours ago? What does just started mean? Because if you mean 3 hours ago, again, it should it should be about done, right? That's it. 3 hours, you can be in T1 with a full build. $122 mana. All right, I better keep that. Okay, yeah, 3 hours ago. Lol, I'm slow. That's okay, man. It's okay. Listen, hold on. Time out. Time out, everybody. If you're having fun with D4, awesome. Play D4, have fun. If you're having fun with PoE 2, hell yeah. Play whatever's fun for you. Go ahead. You got no objection from me. Blast D4 if you love it. Go ahead.
Nowhere left to hide now, sweet undead king.
Rax, if you casual daddy or retard guy like me, you can make this game easy or hard. Just don't follow guides. I'm not exactly sure what you just said, Andreas, but the last thing you said is don't follow guides. That's exactly what I do. I haven't read any guides for PoE. I just do my own stuff. Why is there a thing here, Grinding Gear Games? What would you like me... I don't get it. Okay, it's gone now. I don't follow guides. By the way, guys, I figured out what my next character is. And I don't care if any of you guys tell me it's going to be dog shit. We're doing it anyway. I'm going to make another sorcerer when we're done with this witch on hardcore SSF. And the entire campaign, no matter what, we're not changing. We're not respecing one time for any reason. We're only playing fire. Fire the whole time. We're doing the fire spells only. And if it doesn't work, whatever, it doesn't work. We're doing fire the whole time. I have no idea what build. I'm just going to take the fire spells, and I'm going to try to make it work somehow. Because everyone keeps saying fire is the most dog shit, so that's what we're going to do. I played a lot of cold, and I played a lot of lightning, but I haven't really played any fire. You do research, you said? I said I do research in my most recent Diablo 4 tier list video. I did a massive amount of research for the Diablo 4 tier list, but not for PoE. I am going to do a massive amount of research for PoE, but I haven't done it yet. If I abuse wild shards, it will be good. I mean, I like abusing stuff. What? Tell me more. How do I abuse fire? I like abusing stuff. Just put on wild shards with Fusillade, Ember Fusillade. I used Ember Fusillade momentarily on my first ever character in PoE 2. And if I remember correctly, it was absolute dog shit. Like, horrible. Am I missing something? Try Flame Blast. I'm trying every fire spell on Sorcerer after this. I'm only doing fire. Now, in the end game, I can respec to whatever I want. But in the campaign, the whole time we're going fire no matter what. No matter how dog shit it is. If it takes me 10 minutes to kill a boss, whatever. 10 minutes to kill the boss it is. Try Flame Blast. Try to be blind. Buddy, I get your point. Make my own builds. Don't copy other builds. Figure stuff out. That's what I'm doing, man. You're in the right spot. If you want to watch a streamer that just kind of throws some shit together to see if it works, you're in a good spot. That's what we do around here. In fact, I'm gonna, once I get this build cooking, I'm gonna try, a lot of people have said to try the frost minions. I've never tried it, but I'm very interested in trying them. So we're gonna respec frost minions. I'm not gonna look at any build guides. We're just gonna respec frost and try it. Yeah. That doesn't look very appetizing. I guess it'll be fine if you cut it up. Callie gets that one. She seems very interested. Guess what? I wonder picked another god card this morning. There were 2 rainbow Articunos and a full art Giovanni, and I was like, the other 2 were dog shit. I'm like, oh, I'm rolling the dice, 60% chance, and I got the Giovanni. I've turned into the wonder-picking god. Are we going to get Mexican food later? What? Yep. If they say no, well then they can screw off. Who cares? We'll go out by ourselves. Are you making soup? Is it gonna be good? Are you putting chicken in it? Did you get, what kind of chicken? Did you get like chicken breast or something? How did you prepare it? Or are you cooking it raw in the soup, or what are you doing? Ooh, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be good for my liver. I don't know. I never walk over there. All hail the god. Who's the god? Dude, I was watching Ben last night. Speaking of god, I was watching Ben last night play PoE 1. God, I want to play PoE 1. He did a speed run, a campaign speed run in 2 hours and 44 minutes, I think. Bro, my PB is 3 hours and 47 minutes. He did it an hour faster than me. I can't explain to you how much that makes me want to log in and try to get close to his time. I want to speed run PoE 1 so bad. That's what I really want to do. Yeah, Andreas, I see what you're saying, buddy. Can we relax? You're very welcome to be here. We have gotten your point. We get it. But you've made the same point 500 times. We got it, buddy. You're not annoying. You're just high. All right, buddy. Why don't you go check the pantry for some Cheetos or something? Go relax. Go look for some Cheetos, man. You must have smoked some really good stuff. Go find Little Debbie. I can tell you where to find Little Debbie in Hog's stream. What's my go-to Taco Bell order? I don't like Taco Bell. You know, as a punishment for my subathon, I had to order every Taco Bell menu item and eat it on stream. So I ordered everything and then I made a tier list. And there was only one thing that I ranked a 10. I said this could not be better. Does anybody know what the one thing in the Taco Bell menu I gave a 10? The water, the Mountain Dew. No. Nope. 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 Clearly nobody watched the stream. Crazy must have watched it, yes. The bites. The Cinnabon bites. I think that's what you meant by the bites. The Cinnabon dessert, I gave it a 10. I was like, okay, this could not be better. 10. I gave the Cinnabon bites a 10. Irtha said the dessert. Okay, I didn't see that. The dessert was right, yeah. Yeah, I gave the Cinnabon Delights a 10. And then I think the second highest rated thing was their nacho cheese sauce. I think I gave that like a 9. I was like, okay, this nacho cheese sauce has a good consistency. It has a little bit of spice to it. It's probably fake as shit, but it actually has a pretty good taste. I give it a 9. So I gave that a 9. And then it was bad news from there. The next highest thing was actually something I thought I was going to hate. I think it was the cheesy gordita crunch. I don't like a lot of bread. And if I remember correctly, the cheesy gordita crunch had like really thick bread or double bread. And before I took a bite of it, I was like, I'm already going to tell you, I'm not going to like this because I don't like a ton of bread. But then I bit into it and I'm like, you want to know what? Compared to their other food here, I actually think that I can't believe I actually think this is better than their other food. So I think the cheesy gordita crunch got like a 7 or a 7.5, which for me on a Taco Bell ranking is very high. And then everything else was like a 5 or lower, I think. There was one thing that I thought was horrible. Like I gave it like a 2 or a 1. But I can't remember what it was. I think there was more than one thing that got a 2. Yeah, it was PTSD. I blocked it out of my mind. The bean burrito. I can't remember. I don't know. I actually wish I could... Does anybody have a screenshot of my tier list? I would actually like to see what it was. Did anybody take a picture of my tier list? I would actually like to see what I ranked everything. If you're ever on the strip in Vegas, re-rank it for the Taco Bell on the strip. It's the best Taco Bell ever. Okay. Taro Ben, can I ask you a question? Do I have to? Can we just say I did and not? I would prefer not to go to Taco Bell again if I could avoid it. Dude, this needs to be 1,000 times easier to click. Why am I dying? What is killing me? When do I feel my character is completed in PoE 2? Well, everyone will have a different definition of that. I would say it's completed when I can absolutely mindlessly obliterate T15 maps. And I can just run through them and not worry about anything, and I like have no chance of dying, then I would say it's done. You copied my monk and you can do T12s easily. Good. Keep going. The Ice Strike monk guide that I put out, if you follow there's two endgame guides. There's the first one, and then there's the one that I called the final one. If you make the final Ice Strike monk guide, it should be able to clear the entire game for you. I think my Ice Strike monk with good gear, the build that I gave you, I think it can do T4 Arbiter. Did anybody take the build that far? Did anybody take the build to close to T4 Arbiter? You got to tier 2, but then you got bored. You took it to T4 and it's insane. You killed T4 Breach with it. You killed T2 Arbiter and then you got bored. Oh. Cast speed is kind of dog shit. 32 res. What do I have? I have a prefix. I could potentially hit, if I exalt this, I could hit more spirit. I might be able, if I hit more spirit, because there's like a hybrid spirit, right? I might get an extra arsonist. One level is much better. One level is much better than 32 additive damage. But if I hit the hybrid spirit, I think I would get an extra arsonist, which an extra arsonist plus the additive has to be more damage. But I probably won't hit it, and I don't really have very many exalts. So I think I just throw it in my stash and just use it for the next playthrough if I die or something.
As we approach, I hear, take your time.
$91 life, 23 strength, 7 dex. This is giving me 2 chonky of resistances though, but I would get 91 life. But it's the wrong base. Nah. You want to know what? Does that have dual damage though? Oh yeah, I have to take this. I have to take this for a different character one day. This is godly for a different character. I have to take that. Okay, I have an exalt. I exalt. I don't really want a prefix on the belt. I've bricked everything on this ring. It's complete dog shit. Honestly, this ring is also pretty garbage. Does this have something on it? No. This shield is also capped. There's nothing I can exalt right now. I could exalt this. You want to know what? That would have been a great... I shouldn't have done that. That would have been a great... That would have been a great item to Chaos Orb. I should have Chaos Orbed it. I forgot about Chaos Orbs. Oh, god damn it, man. Such dog shit. Dunny, thank you so much for the 18 months, man. What's the best starter for hardcore SSF? This build, the Minion Witch. I don't think it's close. I don't know. From what I've played, I've never seen anything this good. Super high defense, super low APM. Insane damage, no aiming. Got everything. Level 57 zone. Oh my god, it's already 5 o'clock? How? Jesus. It's 5? God, that was a huge fight. That was a lot of Jim Bobs right there. Get him, boys. What are the realm gates on the map? The realm gate, isn't that where you like plug special special maps like what's an example? When you plug like the breach stone. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Damn it. Get me, Jesus.
That stench. Our beautiful beast is near.
Oh my. Look at this fight. Run! Run! I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I'm scared. They're dead. Eh. They're alive, they're alive. They're dead. Eh. Okay, the next level. The next level is our final massive inflection point. We get one more level to all of our minions, and we get the big juicy node for the mana regen and the dealy bobs. Help me, guys. Help me. Thank you. Good job, good job, good job. It would be nice if we could hit the level before the act boss, but it doesn't look like we're going to. I think I just fight him anyway. It's whatever. Yeah, we just go. Let's just fight him. All right, guys. I don't know. There's no stopping him, so. Andreas, I really like you, buddy. Let me see. I don't want to ban you. Can I time you? Can I just time you out? I don't know. Put user in timeout. Let's give him a day. Okay, there is a timeout. Let's give him a day to like recover from the all the weed that he smoked, as he explained to us. He's high as a kite right now. We'll give him a 24-hour break.
Can I not have a private life? Get out the studio, bro.
Brother, he deserved it, man. I'm telling you, every week.
£1 billion battle job!
And I tried to buy the most expensive thing.
Okay, this is literally 2 minutes.
Get that camera out my face.
Trent's head is already in Madrid, mate.
Pushing it and running past Trent like, oh, it's you.
Sorry, I just sweared and demonetised you again.
Take that out. Don't keep that in. Camera out my face, man.
You see that? Do you see that?
You guys ready? We're ready. All right. Where's this going, first of all?
This is a disgrace.
Yeah? No,
it's
no,
a cheat. Come on! I'm so happy, bro. No, I'm not having it, Robbie.
I want to see Ty up in that camera.
Run the link now!
Hold that!
Hold that. Yes.
Oh, you gotta hear?
He said it. Never. Yeah. Hold.
Good afternoon, people. Welcome back to DR Sports for another edition of the weekend preview show. If you just enjoyed that members trailer, we're doing extra content for members. So sign up. The link is in the bio. Become a member and get hold of exclusive content like the content you just saw. That is the content that happens when these cameras go off. That's the juicy bits and bobs. So make sure you sign up to become a member. Today, depleted, injury-ridden cast today, a bit like Tottenham, but you've got myself, AGT, you've got the main man, Don Robbie, to my right. And then welcoming back my favourite West Ham fan in the whole entire planet, It's Nicky Hawkins. Let's
Nicky Hawkins.
Nicky Hawkins.
It's lovely to be
in
back.
the building.
It's been a
How
while,
are
you
we,
know.
fella?
It's been a hot minute. So
Yeah,
I'm
fan
glad to
camp's
be back.
doing well. You got yourself a little Montclair and that.
Yeah. I want to see the car outside.
Come on, G. Love to see.
Hey, big up to Abby as well. It's Abby's birthday today. That's why she ain't here. Happy birthday, my friend.
One more year,
One more year, partner. She's was it Iceland? She's gone to.
Yeah, she's gone
was
to
that Northern Lights?
Gone to supermarket to get some chicken dip. Oh no, the country. Iceland. Yeah, she's gone to Iceland, the country. She has. Big up to her. Happy birthday, my sister.
Northern
Abby,
Lights.
man.
We'd rather see the Northern Lights than Tottenham playing
I don't blame her.
Hoffenheim.
I don't blame her. And it could be a loss tonight. Can you imagine the birthday?
If they lose tonight.
Jeez. Anyway, listen, we are going back, of course, to talk about the Champions League results this week and then looking ahead to the big games this weekend, including Man City versus Chelsea. A couple super chats to start us off. Big up to Chandler, who is now a member, right? Shout out to you, my friend. He says, happy birthday, Abby, and belated happy birthday to AGT. Both of you didn't turn up to my birthday last week. What was the reason? You're both invited.
Yeah, I said I was going to come, but I did have something on there.
Okay, fair enough.
I just don't like it. You know what I mean?
Honesty. At least he's honest. You know what I mean?
No, sorry, man. Listen, I told you that. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, I had a meeting. I had to attend.
Had a meeting.
I think you're filming that Sol Campbell.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. You know what I mean? I heard it was good, though. My brother was there.
Laurie was there. The better brother was there, 100%. Big up to JQ, LFC fan from Singapore. Hi, guys. Big up to you each and every time. Zayn is now a member. Jack Butler is now a member. King's Football Show is now a member as well. And Sitten says City will be back. First time we get to see Pep rebuild a team. Ooh. I'm sure there's nothing a couple $100 million can't fix in January, lads.
Well,
I'm sure.
Sure.
They've still got some stuff hanging over their heads, mate. So,
we'll find out about all that stuff. Yeah, let's see. Right, smash that like button. Get your comments in. Going to be a great show, this one. And subscribe to the channel if you have not already. A bit of a Champions League recap. We'll start off with Liverpool. Tuesday night, I was at the game. We played Lille. Lost. Yeah, for the first time since September. It's the first game they lost since then. I have to say, good team. Good team. They
played
popping
really well
it around at Anfield for the first half an hour. We obviously got the goal. They came back and then we got the winner. Luckily, a bit of a deflection from Harvey Elliott's shot. But if you don't take these shots, you will not score, right? If you don't buy a ticket to the raffle, you ain't going to win it, right? You've got to be in it to win it, Rob. 7 wins out of 7. 2 goals conceded across 7 games. Unbelievable from Liverpool so far. And there's a bit of a dead rubber now against PSV Eindhoven, a chance to rest the superstars next week as well. But trust Liverpool, right? It's the first season this format comes in. We're at the top, right, of both leagues, as you know.